that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time. I'm a person who will spike the conversation, who will get politics rolling and stimulate new questions and new answers to our current political dilemma facing our nation. I believe I have a keen understanding of the economy and how to improve where we're at relative to other nations around the world. I believe that our goal at America's Third Party was to create a very strong platform in which would propel the American people forward with new opportunities and a new possibility of creating a better nation, a cleaner environment, and less war. Person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time.
Welcome to America's Third Party, everyone. I'm David Sponheim. Today is Technology Thursday, and it's definitely one of those days where we have to actually embrace the technology that we have. We have to actually encourage technological sharing and getting ahead technologically. And our biggest corporations spend all their time in investments in research and development and even industrial espionage. Well, China is reaching out and finally making some concessions to the possibility of new and potential trade deals with technologists. So we'll be looking at that later tonight. The evening is really about kind of an assessment in the media. People are still reeling from feeling that everything is upside down with the Mueller report. For one, he didn't even get 10 years of tax returns from Donald Trump, which is a gross error of judgment, which would have told us if Russia was paying him over the past 10 years. That's missing. That's a gross area of neglect. He didn't prosecute Manafort in the second charges that would have been tried, and he gave a plea agreement in which he said Manafort violated the plea agreement, but we never heard again what happened. And that's where the money that Manafort made on those houses in Florida for Trump would have gone into Trump's pocket. So Mueller failed there. He also delivered what some people are saying. Judge Napolitano of Fox News says he's delivered 700 pages of minutia, all kinds of details. And it's almost like overkill. But if the numbers are around 300, either way, it doesn't matter. There's no way that William Barr could have possibly put together a 4-page summary and wrapped up one of the biggest investigations in American history. Monica Lewinsky was so upset that they've gone and given Trump a pass that she was upset, and she wrote some pretty bad words on her Twitter account, which I talked about the other day. Monica Lewinsky thinks that she was treated horribly, and basically they were light on Stormy Daniels. They haven't even pursued the case. It's really weird. Or Karen McDougal. And Donald Trump hasn't admitted to having had any relations with these women in front of the American people, hasn't apologized or anything. But it gets deeper, it gets weirder, and all these things that have been happening point to Donald Trump working for Russia. But now Mueller is working for Russia. Now it seems like Bill Barr is working for Russia. Bill Barr wrote a 19-page letter to Rod Rosenstein asking to not investigate Michael Flynn. When Michael Flynn, at that time, we didn't know what was going on. We found out he was a Russian agent. How can William Barr even declare himself our attorney general? He seems to be representing Russia. So I think that the House has to move on William Barr and get him disbarred. Propose an action that will pull the attorney general out of his position. The House has this ability. If an attorney general has gone rogue and has made statements that are just cannot be substantiated with any evidence, and the preponderance of evidence that doesn't exonerate Donald Trump, then we really have a case of total collusion. Yeah, I wish it wasn't the case, but it is. Yeah, so tonight I'm going to be focusing on the 5G plus EMP safe network I'm proposing, a technology that really could save the world from dangerous electromagnetic frequency radiation. It will include Faraday cages over all major junction sections of this network. It will also include a way of making a backup system so that it can actually run without any potential stoppages. So we've got the solar and the wind power solution wrapped up into this same solution. One of our ideas is to create vertical windmills that can be used where no energy is coming out. We could have a backup of energy. And the vertical windmill idea could be integrated into this as well. But the most important thing is we want to make sure that there are limiters in place, that we will not in any way get massive amounts of radiation hitting us at any time. So every single electric junction box that has all this huge conduit coming into it, we really don't know why so much conduit is being used, so much copper, that we will have to build these limiters. So I'll talk about that too later tonight as well. Do you worry when you criticize AIPAC? They can't put a curse on me, Tom. No, I mean, some people think that, this curse thing works. It doesn't. No, especially when you're dealing with a person who's just exposing the truth. AIPAC has been in charge of the two-party system for a long time, making large donations, manipulating our government. In no way can we just ignore it. I actually applaud the effort Ilhan Omar is doing to raise the bar and talk about AIPAC. She's not anti-Semitic. Or maybe she is, I don't know. But she's definitely anti-Zionist. You're out of here. Anti-Zionist is what she is. And I think the important thing to know is that not many people are saying what she's saying. I'm saying it. She's saying it. Not a lot of people are saying the truth. The elephant in the closet is right there in front of us, and it's flatulating. And it's not pleasant. Yeah. I think I went to a strip bar in 1983, I think. Yeah, I remember meeting a guy who claimed he was going to make some TV shows and do productions, and then he ends up meeting another guy at the strip bar who ends up owning an adult bookstore. And I met the two guys at the strip bar that was serving lunch over in LA. And I thought that was like a really weird experience. Sitting there with a guy who wants to be a producer, a wannabe, who is ex-heroin addict, and he turned out to be a real scoundrel. And the other guy who owned an adult bookstore. And we're sitting there at this strip bar. It just felt really sleazy, like my career had kind of hit a rock bottom at that point. It was weird. I know. But I guess you have to learn from experience what kind of people are out there, and they're all over the place in Hollywood. It's a pathetic world that we're living in. Worst airline passenger has meltdown over not being served Pepsi. Let's take a look at that. And protecting from an electromagnetic pulse is really what we're going to have to do. Making the 5G network safe because you know they're not going to stop producing 5G network. It's like tell them to not make it and tell them it's dangerous. They don't care. They'll keep making it. Let's watch this meltdown in 2, 1. Meltdown.
¡Ya ha perdido yo! ¡A culpa vuestra!
It's okay, man. Relax, man. It's okay, it's okay.
He perdido 550 euros y me voy a hacer un juicio.
Could we please get a translation here? Any of you, can you? She needs Tony Montana? Okay. I'm going to do a little translation for this lady here, okay? Let's take a look. I don't want no Pepsi, I want a Coca, okay.
Perdido, hijo puta! ¡Te la damos! ¡Bebe el culo!
It's not a dude. I mean, the woman has breasts, but she could be a dude. But yeah, I don't know what. I do not want to exploit this lady. She's calling people names, and yeah, maxed out credit. He's having a bad hair day, just massaging his scalp there. Right on. Ah, oh gee.
¡No! ¡Bebe el culo! ¡Hago juicio con vosotros! ¡Mortacci vostri! ¡Policía de Bilbao! ¡Me ha puesto en la escuela! ¡Y hago ver qué me ha hecho!
Excuse me, could you move your butt so I can see the video? How many minutes do I have to see the butt in the video? Oh, your friend was going to boot camp and you want to wish him farewell? Yeah, I think I'm going to leave this poor lady alone. I mean, unless it gets better. I'm just looking at a butt here. I'm advancing the picture. More butt. I think we got the most of this terrible encounter. Oh my, they brought the police in. Guardia Civil. Oh no, le gusta.
No sé.
Señora, ¿su tarjeta de embarque la lleva por ahí?
¿Es seguro? Mira que me
Señora, su tarjeta de
hizo.
embarque.
Mira que me hizo la policía.
She said, look, the police don't have to be here.
Con vosotros también. Mi casa. Por favor.
Okay. She's going to go away now. News. Oh, this is no brand. This is just news. Hey, thanks for that. That made my life so much better. So how do we make this 5G network safer for the American people?
Either there's going to be a revolution, Patrick Henry style here in America, where red-blooded, God-fearing, Jesus-loving Americans are going to stand up and say, we're not going to take it no more. We're just not going to take it.
I'm with you, Reverend Manning. We're not going to take it anymore. I don't want a 5G network stuck in my face. No. I'm a little concerned about it. Many of you already have 5G connections. If you're living in LA, a lot of the streets are already peppered with this stuff all over the place. You're wondering, is this going to change your being? Will it alter your being? Yes. The 5G network has, all indications, the European testing shows that it can alter your DNA. Yet they're going forward with it like it was no tomorrow. We can't seem to stop these people. They're zealots. They operate on an idea that they just want to make more and more money all the time. Yeah, this is a terrible thing. So will we be energized? Yes. Can we avoid this? No. It's inevitable. Because there's so much money involved, there's so many people involved right now, we have to accept the fact that these people don't know what's going on. What we can do is protect the people when the downlinks occur at the junction points and protect the airwaves from this dangerous radiation. That's something that I'm shooting for. Yeah. Trying to get my background. I didn't have it. Yeah, my Tom Wheeler background, bringing it up. These people have a bad goal in mind, and it's not fun. There it is.
The United States will be the first country in the world to open up high-band spectrum for 5G networks and applications. And that's damn important, because it means that U.S. companies
make a lot of money. Yeah. We have a very bad live leak. I won't play it. A dad and son are shooting a hibernating black bear and 2 newborn cubs. Father and son, Andrew and Owen Renner, did not know they were being filmed by the U.S. Forest Service and Alaska Fish and Game, who were conducting a study. They both pled guilty to multiple misdemeanor counts, including illegally killing the bears. The father was sentenced to 5 months in jail, to 2 months suspended, and a fine. I'm not going to play it for you, though. I can't watch that kind of thing. Google AI can predict when you die. Oh, that's interesting. I can predict when Google AI will be no longer able to function. Its primary core unit will be dissolved. That's interesting.
Welcome back. Now this, Google is training its new artificial intelligence system to predict the unknown, like when you will die. Jerry Willis with the details now. Jerry.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, I think it's great. We can talk all about that tonight. Let's all find out when you'll die. Talk about inappropriate. What's wrong with these people? Are they psychotic or something? They're laughing when they're talking about death. Hey, Max, what do you got? AIPAC has taken over the government and universities. Yeah, we played that last night. That was Dan Green.
Adam Green here.
Adam Green.
More news. It's March 20.
Yeah, we played that last night. I've got it in my lineup. AIPAC is powerful, but, you know, they're also an organization that's free to do whatever they want to do, too. As long as they're not breaking any laws, they're allowed to do whatever they want to do.
This is a video about New Zealand Christchurch terror attacks.
Oh, no.
It is strange, very hard to find information that matches up on both events. The first event, if you've watched the footage, the 17-minute footage, which is now banned, which every single media on the earth encouraged you to watch on the first day, they've now tried to pull it from every platform. You can still see it on 153news.net. It comes up 503 unavailable, but then you just refresh the page a few times and it comes up. Now, if you watch it, you will see there are what looks like mannequins or dummies because of the way they're piled, the way they don't react at all to many bullets going into a...
All right, well, you know, I don't want to play the actual video itself on the screen, but tonight we'll play it. We're recording this broadcast, and as much as people don't want to look at bodies, what I did glean from that picture, and I think we can all agree, there were no pictures of blood. So if bullets go into somebody's body, they bleed. Even if you're wearing a thick sweater, well, I guess if they were all wearing thick sweaters, it might not have. But yeah. Well, I'm not playing the whole video, just enough to see that she's playing pictures that are pretty much indicative of what that happened. We've seen enough video, and I've even linked people to the other synagogue shooting where it's not real. Yeah, it's not real. Hey, man. Jack's in the room. He's taking it in, trying to figure out what's it all about. What's it all about? Alfie? I think a lot of people are upset about the bump stock thing that came into existence right now. The bump stock ban is proceeding after Supreme Court denies gun makers' request to halt it. Donald Trump, as you know, supports gun control like bump stock bans, and he's even talked about getting rid of the weapons that people are possessing who have PTSD, which shows you what a slippery slope this is, having Donald Trump as your president. Had you known about me, you would have voted for me, because I'm not going to budge on gun control. I'm upset that they're trying to take away our right to bear arms and our right to stop tyranny, because that's really what the Second Amendment's all about. Both our right and our state's rights to stop tyranny. I don't support gun control, no. We've talked about a verification process, but it has to be really slick and easy to access. I have a couple of BB guns, Tom. Yeah, that I possess. They're pretty cool BB guns. Have you seen my video about gun control? Yeah, I've got a whole video out on it. Well, if you haven't seen it, it's here. You've been to a workout and nutrition mission. Did you get paid $3,500 like the two guys that Juicy Smollett paid $3,500 to? Training and nutrition. That's a pretty good paycheck for a little bit of training and nutrition. $3,500. Wow, juicy. You got more on the Las Vegas shooting? Okay, thanks.
There is literally.
Yeah, that one we saw too. Oh, that's a good one. The woman embellished beyond belief. Yeah, she kept talking about all the things that happened in front of her. That's because we saw very little footage. You've done 1,000 push-ups and sit-ups over 8 days. Wow, you must be in great shape, man. Wow. And Agenda 21 too. Wow. Okay, I'll take a look at both those links. Thank you, Max, and thank you, Scissor Fight. Yeah, I really do believe that gun control is a bad thing, and I've come to that conclusion over the past 9-10 years that I've been doing the show. We changed our site. I used to actually think a ban on assault weapons was something we should do, and I changed my position completely. I could never do that again, now that we know. We know what they're up to. They're trying to disarm the country, so just like Germany did prior to the takeover of the Jews. Yeah. Here's my gun control. Why ban guns?
How you doing, partner? I was wondering if you want to talk about my weaponry. I've got a lot of things up my sleeve here. I got everything from 100% pain, a hot sauce I could throw in somebody's face, or anything. So if somebody wants to cause trouble, they could easily do that with a knife or a steak knife, a common steak knife. I mean, look at the Manson family. They went to the Sizzler and got steak knives. Are you going to outlaw steak knives? I want to talk about the assault weapon ban that they're saying could affect everybody. Question is, do you feel like this Luger is an assault weapon? Well, it's not. It's a BB gun. That's right, rapid fire. And I have it on my person. Or would you possibly think that this is the most powerful assault BB gun in the world? It's a Grossman. It'll shoot a gerbil's head off at 1,000 feet. But think about it. You want assault weapons banned so that you won't be safe and criminals can get your guns? The question is, do you feel lucky? Well, do ya, punk? Is it an assault weapon when I put a little BB inside and safely pump it up? And then I take a shot at a gerbil. Whoops, bounce back. Well, is that unsafe? Are you to call that an assault weapon? Well, the question is, criminals can get BB guns, they can get a lot worse. They can even get handguns and assault weapons. So why would you want to ban them? Think about it, America. The crime rates dropped 24% in 10 years, with no major changes in gun control. The question is, do you want your rights taken away from you, the right to defend yourself against a tyrannical government? Or for that matter, an intruder on your own property? There's no reason for gun control, and I believe that the current administration are a bunch of mamby-pamby girly men who don't realize the power of an assault BB gun. When are you going to stop taking the rights of the American people away? Think about it. And go ahead and make my day. Yeah, go ahead and make my day.
All right, everyone. So I want the Republicans to know that I support your right to bear arms totally now. Yeah, I can't even believe I was that foolish when I was a Democrat to think that even an assault weapons ban was possible. We don't know what an assault weapon is. It could be a .22 rifle. Hey, you got the Agenda 21 PDF file. I was looking for that. Yeah, I like to keep copies of those things. Wow. Okay, we got a couple things we have to look at. Right. I've got the Renee Huning trauma nurse overdoing her acting during the after the Mandalay Bay attack. We'll have that tonight.
Early a trail of blood going in to the hospital. From the parking lot, people were being pulled up in trucks, in the back of trucks, in limos, in Ubers.
She's extrapolating.
In Ubers.
In Ubers.
In Ubers.
Look at how many times she blinks her eyes, too. That's a sign you're lying.
Grabbing people as fast as we could and getting them inside the building so we could stabilize them.
In regards to emotions and everything, it's like you have to have a switch. You need to turn it off.
I guess she turned off their emotions. I'll play that a little later just for laughs. Now we've got something else. Right, the false flag hoax video, we've got that coming up as well. And Agenda 21, what's their goal? Why are they pushing 5G? What's the deal? Well, this is the deal. United Nations Sustainable Development, Agenda 21. Okay, how does it affect us? We'll have to read it and find out. Let's play the video.
I'm Rosa Corey, and I'm from the United States, California. And my topic, what I speak about, is one of the most vitally important issues of our age, and that is United Nations Agenda 21, Sustainable Development. And as I'll be talking about tomorrow, it is the inventory and control plan. Inventory and control of all land, all water, all minerals, all plants, all animals, all construction, all means of production, all food, all energy, all information, and all human beings in the world.
Wow. You know, I really want to get to know this woman better. She would be perfect. Yeah, she'd be perfect to do an impersonation of with that same wig. Wouldn't that be a perfect for me to impersonate her? I almost look like her. That would be kind of an amazing thing. So yeah, I will look for a wig like that. I would like to talk about important things tonight. Yeah, I'm going to definitely get a wig like that. I just don't know if I'm going to spend more than $3. All right, so she is a wonderful, fresh new look at what's going on with Agenda 21 and Agenda 2030 and the 5G inventory and how they're using it. I can add a little bit of information to this as well. Back in 2010, the government issued a document called Operation Devolution, like de-evolution. And Operation Devolution was actually a plan the government has to do precisely what she was describing. Allow the UN to take over our government, make the Attorney General of the country in charge of the government primarily, and have all of your law enforcement surrender to a military rule. Operation Devolution. I'd show you that too, but unfortunately tonight's about positive notes in technology and the dangers of technology too. So I'd kind of like to talk about that on Friday, Conspiracy Friday, or Conspiracy Monday. But no, they really do have a plan to take over the world. The New World Order is a real thing. And when we first started the show, it was, what is the Illuminati? What is the New World Order? We didn't know 10 years ago. But after listening and looking at all the different aspects, there are a group of people, 13 families in particular, that run the monetary system of the world. Yes, I support maglev rail. We have a maglev rail train in mind, but we want a pay-as-you-go plan. Whereas the Illuminati, or whoever they want, they would rather burn all of California down and then put up a railway in one fell swoop. Yeah, we don't think burning California down and putting up a railway that way is the way to go. So, let's make nudity legal? I don't think so.
I'd like to introduce you to a songwriter.
Oh, he's got a song? Okay. All right, I'll have to look at that. There's obscenity laws that are violated when people walk around with their body hanging out. And those laws are in place to protect children, mostly. I knew a guy in the area that I lived that used to drive 100 miles to Vancouver. There's apparently a nude beach up there. And the guy, he was really perverted, this guy. He wasn't a friend. He was like the biggest pervert. He was about 5 feet tall and really fat. And he would go up there and he would sit there on the beach with a newspaper over his lap and look at all the nude people. Isn't that pathetic? Can you imagine driving 100 miles to go sit there with a newspaper over your lap and look at nude people? Yeah, I couldn't get into those movies either. Yeah, really fat, 5 foot tall. He'd never get a girlfriend. So it was like that was his big day out on the weekend. To drive up there and put a newspaper over his lap and, have at it. I don't know. I've never been to the nude beaches. I don't even know what they look like, other than that people are nude on them. Okay, we're done with that discussion, but those videos will play in the evening. We're full of all kinds of good stuff. Donald Trump is attacking the Puerto Rican government when they attacked the governor himself. So as you know, he has been very kind to the Puerto Rican people. And now he's saying the Puerto Rico governor warns White House, if the bully gets close, I'll punch the bully in the mouth. Wow. A bipartisan group has put together a statehood for Puerto Rico. They want to get grandfathered into our wonderful system and become a state. Okay, let's take a look. This is the governor of Puerto Rico, threatening to punch some bully in the mouth.
Despite attacks, insults, and threats from President Trump, the governor of Puerto Rico has been relatively diplomatic and careful about hitting back. Today, though, that all changed. He has apparently had enough.
If the bully gets close, I'll punch the bully in the mouth.
Just like that?
Just like that. I don't. It would be a mistake to confuse courtesy with courage.
So this comes after President Trump took another shot at Puerto Rico. During a closed-door meeting with Republicans, he complained about the amount of disaster relief going to the island in the wake of Hurricane Maria. And he really messed up his numbers because actually a lot has not headed to Puerto Rico. So that's a key point to make. His numbers that he was quoting to the Republicans weren't right. And we have CNN Chief White House correspondent Jim Acosta with us now. You got this exclusive interview. What else did the governor have to say?
Well, Brianna, I mean, just to give some context in terms of what the governor was saying in that soundbite you just played a few moments ago, basically, they've been trying to get a meeting with the president for weeks now. They were told that the president would do this after he got back from Vietnam, after his summit with Kim Jong-un, and they just haven't been able to get in for a meeting with the president. And they were over here at the White House yesterday, some of the aides to Governor Rossello, and they were trying to make that case. And They claim that during this meeting, that top White House officials, including Peter Navarro, told them that your governor is, quote, effing things up. Now, according to a White House official we just spoke with a few moments ago, they're pushing back on that and saying that these officials were not told to stop requesting a meeting with the president. But needless to say, they are fed up inside the governor's office. They feel like the president, when he made those comments behind closed doors to those Republican senators, that he just wasn't dealing with the facts and dealing with the reality of the situation on the ground in Puerto Rico.
Okay, that was CNN reporting. Again, the governor is capable of being very aggressive if he wants, you know. I think they should have like a beer together, you know. Remember when Barack Obama had a beer with that guy that African-American man who had been approached by an officer in Chicago, and they all had a beer together? Yeah, that worked out okay. I think, oh, that's right, Donald doesn't drink. Okay. He can't have a beer with anybody.
I went to a store to get a card for somebody, and I saw somebody walking by with a 6-pack of Stella, and I was thinking, this poor guy has to spend the night with Stella.
Stella! That's a zero sugar Coke.
So what do they do to make it taste sweet? I'm sure
it's got aspartame in it. Yeah, you're probably dealing with aspartame. You may want to look that up. I'm not going to give you any other advice besides that. Just look it up. Thank you.
You mystify me.
You and Donald Trump, he drinks Diet Cokes. It has sucralose in it. That's pretty much aspartame. Yeah.
Maxed out credit. I think I have that same mug.
Yeah. So I'm going to talk about the 5G network EMP safe solution, the 5G Plus network I'm proposing, which will have limiters on it so that it can't possibly be used as a weapon, and will prevent people from the dangerous field energy that comes from the 5G network. And that's something I'm coming up with on the fly. That's why we are the cutting edge political group, because we got new ideas that can solve the country's problems. That's why I'm the idea man and Sarah's the idea woman. All right.
You take that horse off too.
Oh, gosh, I didn't even notice it there in the background. It's just so disgusting. That's the horse that's at the Denver airport.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, we're going to pass the torch here. I'm going to go do a little dinner thing, and I'll be back. Thank you very much, sir.
I think Jack is now looking at the thing to see what it is.
Yeah, look up aspartame or sucralose and get back to yourself on that. I've already made my decision. I don't do 0-calorie sweeteners. I'll take coffee, but I'll use stevia if I want sugar in it. All right, see you in a bit. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Camillus. I always like compliments. Sarah looks pretty.
Yes, you do.
Oh, goodness. But then that reminds me of today. It started out fine, but then it was a tough day. I think I'm going to listen to NPR at 8 o'clock. They have this segment. I was listening to it on the way home, and I didn't really listen to it that much, but there's a segment on at 8 o'clock about mind and money and how people who become super wealthy, like their mindset changes and what their thoughts are on different things. And I thought that would be interesting because I love brain research. I really do. And I also, I was thinking about money. Dark chocolate is good. I don't know who that is, Real Magoo. Richard Marquino, it's 5'10" and a big man. Is that a Canadian $5 bill? 5 whatever you call it. And he can bench press 500 pounds? Wow. Looks like a treasure map? Huh. Interesting. Yes, aspartame free. Mebum? No, wait, what is it? I can't tell. I'm trying to tell. That's how your head looks, is like my head going down to the screen, like trying to look closer. Anyway, I am pretty well. Oh, he's a plank owner of SEAL Team 6. He started out as enlisted. All right, thanks for explaining that, Real Magoo. It's a Canada arm of the space station. Oh, very cool. Thanks for explaining that. He went to college while serving. He got arrested? Wow. I suppose I can. I don't think... Now I see it. I don't think he does anything great for the show, but sure. Or is that you, Camillus? I'll do it just because of the compliment you gave me earlier. The Navy will not accept Marines, nor Army, nor Air Force, only real sailors into SEAL training. Want to know Wisconsin? No, Wyoming? Oh, for embezzlement, he did a year in prison. Okay, thank you. Do you want to know why? Sure, I want to know why. I don't want to look at the news. I'm tempted to look at the news because I'm on the internet, but that's it. Okay, sailors are smart, tough, and independent thinkers. I have watched Star Trek, yes. I've watched a little bit of each. Oh, thank you, Maxwell credit. A little bit of each Star Trek series. Well, my favorite, of course, was Captain Goodall, I guess their name was. I don't really... I'm sorry, Jacket Pockets. I don't really care. I think he made a really horrible mistake, but I don't really care. Hello, Zellfire. Thank you. I don't care about Jussie Smollett, whatever. I don't care. At least I'm honest. Oh no. I'm becoming like our first lady. I don't really care. Do you? And I did say that she should care, and now everybody's gonna play that clip of me back. I don't really care. But I do care about lots of things. I just don't want to delve into the news. Well, I would have to say Bret Hart, even though I've never seen him wrestle. Who's my favorite wrestler? Doesn't he have to be my favorite wrestler since he has my last name? I met this guy, I don't remember what his... I thought his name was Brett, B-R-E-T-T, H-A-R-T.
Thank you.
Okay. But I think... Yes. Evil Dance to God. Yes, that's my name. I should have just gone with Sarah, but yeah, that's my name. David and I have had this conversation where he's like, never mind, it's not worth repeating. Anyway, there's a lot of good going on in the world. It's spring, so a lot of flowers are growing. Students are learning. There's a lot of great things going on. David made dinner. It smelled really good when I came in. I like that. I can't see that part of my neck anyway. I don't know how that is, Evil Dance to Good, but I'll take it. I don't feel that way necessarily, but thank you. Oh, he spent 20 years in prison. Never mind. I have to ask this father of one of my former students what his WWE name is, and then maybe he'll be my favorite wrestler because I met him in real life. Oh, that's so not a compliment, 414. That's horrific. Wait, are you Trump Wild Bob for America? Oh wait, you're one of his people, Bob. Whatever your name is. Your name is Bob and there's nothing you can do. Oh wait, you don't know that song. That was just a private little song. Alright, never mind. Well, she's definitely young. Yes, Trump does come in most nights. That's true. Or his representatives or people that work for him. Uncover Asia Lonely Deaths? What? I don't know what that is. Google predicts the unknown. Google AI can predict when you will die. That's a wild story. My right side. Wait, this side is my good side? That's my right side. This is my left side. I know this side has a little bit. A sunspot, they call it. I did go and see a dermatologist. No, Mad Dog, stop drinking. I don't know what you should do instead of drink. Never mind, I don't really care. Yeah, I don't really care about Jussie Smollett, Jack. You can predict inaccurately. Let's see, that was pretty interesting. It's on Fox Business about Google predicting. Do you want to know when you will die? Google is training its new artificial intelligence computer to predict whether hospital patients will die 24 hours after admission. Oh, smoking is hitting an all-time low in the U.S. That's good. See, they also disagree. They also don't think you should have a 40. Don't drink, Mad Dog. You don't need to spend the night with Stella when you can spend it with Sarah. We do disagree on, you know, certain social issues like abortion, but other than that, oh well. It may be a little bit on education. The accuracy of the initial trials is at 95%. Well, when people are coming into the hospital, that's, oh yeah. The system uses basic data such as the patient's age, ethnicity, and gender. A new algorithm then uses information like patient's vitals, medical histories, PDFs, charts, and handwritten notes from doctors to make its predictions. The technology can also predict the number of days the hospital will be in the, well, patient will be in the hospital, or the chances of being readmitted. I do think we landed on the moon. No, Mad Dog, I guess we can agree on that one. No drag king, and I don't ever plan on being that way. I don't know. You guys know more about what's for dinner than I do. What did David make tonight? Chicken wrapped in turkey bacon. It smelled pretty good when I came in. I did not eat before I came home. In fact, I needed to put my lunch. I didn't even eat my lunch. I need to put that in the fridge for tomorrow. Turkey wrapped in chicken bacon. Not a fan of the turkey bacon, I have to say.
I'll be right there in just a bit.
Okay. It goes back to the day when things were made nicely, I guess, Sponheim SquarePants. Oh, with sweet potatoes? I like sweet potatoes a lot. He made some yellow potatoes and some sweet potatoes. Those are actually my two favorite type of potatoes. I usually don't even let David buy the others, but he tries to. I'm like, no russets, no bakers. You see my face? No. Yeah, protein's okay. He went all out for me, nice. With wrapping it and everything with turkey bacon. I don't know if I've had turnips. But I do like carrots and potatoes. Never try to survive on rabbit meat alone. Okay. I'll usually add some vegetables in there. Not just rabbit meat. I've never actually had a rabbit. My sister raises rabbits though, so she tells me it's so easy. Yeah, I can go from killing a rabbit to making some stew in 15 minutes. Holy moly, sister. What? Yes, I do eat bread. Wait, what? Why? Why would you die in rabbit? Oh, you need some fat? Okay, I guess I need some kind of cow to get, or maybe a goat to get some milk. To have some fat. Well, some vegetables have some fats. They're just the lean meat, huh? I'm not planning to only eat rabbit ever. I don't even think I'll probably ever have rabbit in my lifetime. Okay. Possum are nice and greasy. Well, thanks for the heads up. I probably won't be doing that, but I would do duck though. Yeah.
Duck is good. You gotta overcook duck because it's oily. You have to make it just not too much overcooked, but yeah. So, bacon wrapped chicken. In some bacon is sitting there, turkey bacon, and some sweet potatoes, and
good. Yeah, people
and an avocado for you.
Somebody asked me, Sarah, what's for dinner? I said, you know better than I do because you watch Jamaican.
Yeah, they said the show started at 5 with a cooking segment. It was great. Well, thank you. Enjoy your dinner.
Thank you.
Worked out fine. As long as I don't do Periscope. The technical problem didn't occur this time. I think Periscope is the weak link. When we do a Periscope from a remote Wi-Fi, they can somehow hack our computer, and the only way to do it is to go through a VPN. So we're dealing with past couple days have been nothing but technologically challenging days. We've got upgrades going on. NVIDIA did a big upgrade 2 days ago, and it affected a lot of our program. In fact, the XSplit program was not working right yesterday. So turns out Sarah had other issues. We all had technological problems yesterday. I'm breaking up. See, we're having technological problems right now. Elmer Fudd trying to deal with hunting season is like the British trying to deal with EU bureaucracy. You know, the deal that they brokered with Theresa May stepping down once they sign on to Brexit yet again would be an interesting trade-off, because they do need a new leader over there in England to lead this. And I think they should slow down their expectations. Brexit can't just be an immediate thing. It has to be a staged 5-year plan. That's my only idea in terms of what England is facing right now. Trump administration charges Facebook with discriminatory housing advertising practices. I just don't get that. As some of his housing buddies that have been selling property in Florida are probably upset. They probably get, hey, Mr. Trump, you got to take care of this for us. Facebook is giving us a problem here. Let's take a look. The Trump administration charges Facebook with discriminatory housing advertising practices, huh? Seeking damages for any person who is harmed by Facebook's advertising policies. Facebook settled a lawsuit with the ACLU over the practice last week and overhauled its practices as a result. Oh, so they already dealt with a lawsuit, Facebook did, and tumbled $1.74, or excuse me, 1.74. It's not quite a dollar. I guess Dow money is not exactly 100%. The Trump administration charged Facebook on Thursday with discrimination. In a civil complaint, the Department of Housing and Urban Development is seeking damages for any person who's harmed by Facebook's targeted advertising policies, which until recently allowed employers and landlords to limit their audiences on the basis of race, ethnic, or gender. Really? So you were able to target your audience based on, like, you could appeal to white people looking for a house in your area. That is totally unfair, and I'm glad the ACLU stepped in on this. Thank you, ACLU. Yeah. I wish they'd step in a few other places, like getting the American people some representation and challenging all these corrupt cops that keep killing people. You photoshopped a neighbor throwing a beer at you? Wow. Well, yeah, why can eating rabbit kill you? Huh, I didn't know that there was a...
Let me save some for you.
No. Save white potatoes if you don't want to eat them, but have as much as you want. I really don't care. Thank you. Eating meat, rabbit meat, along with fat and carbohydrates is no problem at all. It's the all rabbit diet that makes you sick. Well, you know, the Inuit Indians live on nothing but whale blubber, and of course their kids suffer from gasoline addiction. Whale blubber and gasoline addiction. I think your body can acclimate to eating high protein diets. Like we got a guy last night who said he lost 25 pounds on a carnivore diet, like a paleo diet. I don't know. I mean, everybody's got a lifestyle change if they really want to do a diet. I said the simplest thing: if you want to lose weight, you have to just convert eating to exercise. I mean, it's the simplest concept, but really, instead of eating, we just start working out. Well, you're starting to look like Methuselah there with your white beard. That's pretty cool. You could be definitely be like a Santa Claus. You might have fun. But yeah, eating the right foods and turning your desire to eat into exercise, if you can make that simple switch turn on in your mind, it works. I did it when I was young. I was kind of an overweight child, and I went on a lot of crash diets, but it's that switch you have to turn on to lose weight. I would go up 20 pounds and down 20 pounds many times. As a kid growing up, it was really it's very difficult because they were constantly surrounded. This is in the early days of fast food. And now you guys are facing the same problem. You know, fast food is super addictive. There's certain things in our food, genetically modified things, that make us want to eat more, like wheat belly. Hey, so the Republicans really are not liking Adam Schiff. I wish they had done something when they were in charge of the House. I wish they'd, made a move. But now that they're out, the Democrats are in charge. I don't know about running, but exercise, Like lifting your hand with your spoon and going like this without any food on it. Eating imaginary food. That'll shut off that switch in your head. Add some weight to it. And do lifting with large barbells where, like instead of lifting a spoon, lift a barbell and go to your, like this. Right. Not many people have barbells in their studio, but I keep them around to work out. Constantly stay in shape. Yeah. Of course, I'm not really in a studio. I'm out on the beach overlooking a beautiful area of the ocean, which is a mystery. It's the center of everything that's going on out in the middle of the South Indian Ocean. It's beautiful out there. It's gorgeous. And it's a fixed photograph, so I don't have to worry about the waves splashing on me and messing up my hairdo. China floats cloud concession to foreign. I want to read this. Read it with me. Under the proposal, foreign providers would be allowed to own data centers as part of a pilot in a free trade zone. Wow. You know, that's pretty interesting. China is making a bold move in a big direction, opening up the possibility for Amazon and Elon Musk and others to invest. Sounds pretty good.
These tariffs, which the U.S. and China imposed on each other's goods last year, could soon be lifted. That's if, and it's a big if, Washington and Beijing can agree on a deal to settle a trade dispute that has shaken global markets for months. While negotiators on both sides continue hammering out the details, we have some insight into what a final deal might look like. Washington has imposed tariffs on about $200 billion worth of Chinese goods. It's a tactic the Trump administration hopes will pressure Beijing into changing its trade practices.
If they charge us, we charge them the same thing.
But this move has ended up hurting both sides, as China has retaliated with its own tariffs on U.S. goods. The countries are now negotiating a rollback. If all goes well, the U.S. could reduce many of its tariffs, and Beijing could offer the same in return. Tariffs on imported American cars, for example, could drop below the current rate of 15%. However, President Trump says his administration is thinking of keeping some tariffs for a period of time.
He's so hard on China. He won't budge. This is either the work of a really great negotiator, or he's really weak and he doesn't realize that you can't negotiate from power positions all the time. Placenta spray, thank you. This is, by the way, fruit enzyme, not placenta spray. He just reminds me every time I need to spray my face to keep my flubber completely normalized. He's playing a very difficult game where he tries to gain leverage, like holding Meng, the CFO of Huawei, the 5G network in Asia that's so big and out of China. Holding Meng in contempt, or actually charging him with a crime for simply selling telecommunications software or services to Iran, is in violation of economic sanctions, which I said to Donald Trump. I said, don't impose too many economic sanctions on Iran. Just don't sign the treaty. Not signing the treaty was my big step, and that he copied me on that, and I appreciate that. But I didn't want to penalize Iran and slow down their growth as an economy. If you look at the emerging economies, you see Iran wanting to be like India, insofar as they want to have an economic base. So you can't hold them back. And China needs business with Iran as part of their economy. I mean, he's playing a really bad game where he's everywhere he can, he's gaining leverage. You inevitably lose. You shut down the board game that way. Nobody plays. Oh, we could easily win a trade war with China. No problem. No problem. Sure. Right. My concepts of technological growth involve water. Bringing more fresh water to the world, which is something that's obviously going to be in demand. We're going to need water. People are willing to pay for clean water. Why not constantly develop faster ways of making fresh water? And one of our ideas, which is out of the box, really, is our solar pipeline solution. It's called the Ocean Pipeline, and I even picked up a website, oceanpipeline.com, and built this plan around desalination of water. Now, we first came up with this idea in 2005. Let me get you to the solar pipeline solution. Yeah, it's the seawater pipeline in this particular picture, but ocean pipeline, either way. These domes can be constructed out of polycarbonate, and companies like Dow Chemical could make these instead of lots of resin furniture. A better solution. And what happens is we put seawater in the middle here, and it evaporates into the center of the dome, and all the drips of water, the drops of water going down,
not only a great friend, but a fierce,
will actually lead to fresh water in the troughs on the sides. See how clean that water is? Salt water here, fresh water there. And it can be done without any fossil fuel whatsoever. Okay, I'll add that to our link tonight. Yeah, so the seawater pipeline is something that we've been promoting for well over 10 years, actually 13 years, but it's still a very viable solution for everyone around the world. And we could be the leader in this technology. We could lead in this area because we've got the plants that are capable of doing it. All right, you've got a video here from MJ in Sydney. Sandy Hook and the creepy solution. Let's take a look.
Lady Gaga has been the voice for people who have been forgotten and people who have been abused. Until it happens to you, well, it happened to her, and she's shown enormous courage. And we want to make it real clear, it's on us, it's on everyone to intervene, to stop abuse when they see it and when they hear about it, to intervene.
Mr. Biden, are you still groping Senator's children? Creepy Joe Biden? Creepy Joe Biden on YouTube? Sir, have you seen the video? It's pretty disgusting, sir.
My daughter Natalie was interested in asking him if he could pass some kind of legislation so that the only people that had guns were military personnel and law enforcement, and if people needed guns for sport, that they could go to a range and the guns would have to stay there. That was my 10-year-old daughter. That was all her own original thought.
Okay.
When he meets kids fighting through a stutter of their own, he gives them his private phone number and keeps in touch with them long after. To know Joe Biden is to know when he meets kids fighting through a stutter of their own, he gives them his private phone number and keeps in touch with them long after.
Thank you. Thank you.
Whoa, that was pretty good. Yeah, he talked to a 13-year-old girl, and he said, you know how horny he got around her? And then he said, talk to my daughter Ashley about the film. To a 13-year-old girl, I mean, I'm going to stop it there because that's just like a jaw-dropping, what? This guy wants to run for president, and that's what he said? Yeah, we have it on record. Thanks for that clip. I'll play more of it tonight later in the evening. Tonight we've got a discussion of undercover Asia, lonely deaths that are going on. People are killing themselves in Asia. A lot of people are just, they can't handle the pace of the modern world. They don't have all the luxuries that make life a little fun and easier like we do here in America and we take for granted. 45 minutes discussion of loneliness and deaths in undercover Asia. Thank you. So radioactive contamination from Fukushima has drifted as far north as a remote Alaskan island, according to scientists. We know it's a problem. We know we have to fix it, but Shinzo Abe doesn't seem to be too concerned. They're working on a freezer, and it seems to be working now, that refrigerates the ground, but that's not a long-term solution. If the refrigerator breaks, the ooze of radiated material they call corium drips into the Pacific Ocean at a rapid pace. Thanks for reporting that guy to the FBI for fraud. At least somebody's in touch with them. I can't seem to get through. They won't return my call. Oh, Jay Leno had your father on the show?
Lester Maddox.
Wow, Lester Maddox on Jay Leno. Very cool. Okay, 1977 TV. Thanks for sharing. I'll check it out, Mad Dog. Yeah. Hey, Barry G. Remember David Nation? His father was a reggae mini star in New York, and he played some of his reggae music for us. Your sister is friends with Jay Leno. Jay Leno doesn't come off as a guy who's going to, make a move on women. I will say this about Jay Leno. He's seems to be one of the most respectful interviewers out there. I know he's retired now, but I don't think he ever made any moves on women. Whereas, the other guy, David Letterman, he had the Ed Sullivan room where he did, according to people who went in there, have sex with his interns. And everyone liked it. Nobody actually charged him with any foul behavior. David Letterman walked completely from those charges. He was one of the first Me Too guys that were held up in front of us. Remember Al Franken and how he was going to run for president? And that whole thing dried up right up, as soon as the Me Too thing came out, where he touched that woman indecently while she was sleeping. Very weird stuff. Well, let's be clear. We got Joe Biden running. We got other people on the Democratic side. Obviously, Kamala Harris's family has disowned her. That I don't know if you heard that in the news, but Kamala Harris's family is really pissed off that she smoked marijuana. Yeah. I mean, her father is really upset. I mean, I would smoke a joint with Kamala Harris. Say, hey, Kamala, let's smoke a joint together. I mean, I know it's tough coming from a family, a cultural family like she's come from. Very strict, but her whole family's disowned her. And she's second leading under Biden and Bernie. And then Beto is behind her. Biden is leading the run. Bernie's coming up second. And Kamala Harris is third and Beto is fourth. Yeah. I think the whole Democratic Party has really nowhere to go. They all have dirt and stuff. And Bernie openly wrote a statement saying that he thinks women like to be raped by 3 men simultaneously. And at the first I didn't believe it, but even Snopes has approved it, and I know a lot of you respect Snopes. 1972 essay on rape. Bernie Sanders' presidential campaign tried to distance him from a 1972 essay in which he wrote that a woman fantasizes being raped by 3 men simultaneously. True or false? True. Yep. He did write a woman about claiming women like to be raped by 3 men simultaneously. Okay. So you got that, and then Joe Biden talking about, a 13-year-old the way he did. Yeah, you don't have a lot of choices. Then you got Beto, who's had that hit and run accident where they said he tried to run away from the scene with a .134 alcohol level. Could have killed a lot of people. He crossed traffic, everything. Hit a truck, crossed traffic, tried to run away from the scene. Now we found out that Beto actually was a hacker, and he wrote articles back then about how he fantasized about murdering children, running them over with a car. It's like, what kind of a person is that? The Democrats don't have many. That's probably why, Nancy Pelosi was in our show last night, kind of chatting me up. I gave her some really good tips about how to pursue the Trump obstruction charges. Yeah, I gave her my link library at Twitter, and I think it was her. I'm 95% sure it was her. She didn't hang out for the little session we had later in the show with Sloopy, though. We don't play that when women are around, usually. Oh, we got a helicopter. That's unusual. That's a low-flying one. Wow, that's like 100 feet up. Wow, do you hear that? Yeah, it sucks. Sucks having a helicopter above my house. I'd much rather be at the White House. It's so much nicer there. Yes. I have to say it's 95%. This person has not broken character. We're pretty sure Mel Gibson visits our show too. Now, a lot of other people pretend to be stars here. Some of you are stars here. Yeah, but it doesn't matter. We are welcome to anybody who wants to talk. I think there are 3 people that actually believe have been stars here that have come into our show. Maybe even 5 or 6. It doesn't matter. I'm not here to cater to the movie stars in Hollywood, although I would get their vote. Mel Gibson is, he knows me. I met Mel Gibson. Yeah. He's a pretty, he remembers meeting me too. Yeah. But I met a lot of famous people back in the 80s. I was in Los Angeles and I knew a lot of people, but I was never able to get into that groove of snorting coke because I don't ever want to do cocaine. And everyone around me was into cocaine back in the 80s, and I guess I was blacklisted because I didn't do it. And if you don't do it, people keep you out of jobs and everything. I have never really not liked Mel Gibson. His statements that he made concerning Zionism, it wasn't that off base. I think he's trying to speak out, being honest. What Ilhan Omar has said about Zionists and AIPAC, I guess she just refers to AIPAC, but we're dealing with Zionism with AIPAC controlling both parties, and she's just stating the obvious, and I guess I'm on the other side stating the obvious too. We would like to know if she did marry her brother, though, before she became a U.S. citizen. Otherwise, it kind of puts her entire congresswoman position up in, okay. That's not acceptable here. Gosh. I didn't realize people do that in their butt, but yeah. I really don't know the answer to their problem. Rod Stewart, really? No kidding. Yeah, I've known people that knew Rod Stewart. Yeah. I knew a guy who knew Stephen Stills of Crosby, Stills and Nash. I knew a guy who knew, it's like one person removed. I can see how that may be true. Yeah, I mean, I knew a guy, I played tennis with a guy who played tennis with a guy who played tennis with Andre Agassi. And even then, we wondered how Andre Agassi was so up all the time for his games. And we find out from his own admission, Open, the book that he wrote, that he was on methamphetamines, heavy duty. He was part of that whole generation. Remember Andre Agassi and the whole long hair? He was that part of that generation of people that were doing drugs. And if you go down that road, and I know a lot of people who did, you don't get through life looking decent. By the time you're 50, you start to look like you're burnt out. By the time you're my age, nearly 60, I'm turning 59 this coming up month. You look bad. I've seen coke addicts that just, and now crack addicts, and most of the crack is made with heroin now. This technology to make fentanyl is out there, and they're using it on the underworld market. And I guess we're looking at a lot of people's lives destroyed. And the ones that live, that look, pretty bad, are the ones that are actually suffering the most. The ones that die of an overdose are the ones that are quickly put out of their pain. I mean, Prince relied on his dose of fentanyl, and it didn't work out for him. Why they didn't charge anybody with the murder of Prince, that you got to wonder. But fentanyl is one of those drugs that I want to definitely ban and do everything we can to stop the production of it. That's pretty funny. Okay, alcohol, crack, cocaine, gaming. Okay. All right, this isn't working out. Addicts before and after. Cocaine, alcohol, you can see that. Crack, and gaming. Wow. You got to wonder who's in the best shape of all those people. Is it the gaming guy or the crackhead? I'd say between the crackhead and the gaming guy, I'd say it's a close toss-up. All right. That was fun. Fukushima radiation, yes. You got the zombie tweaker. This is a woman that actually does some pretty good dance work. If you like modern dance, this is probably one of the nicer outtakes of a person doing some extemporaneous dancing. Unfortunately, we can't play the music, but we can alter the music with something else musical, give it alteration in the sound. We have the technology. We can make it better. Yes, we can make it improvements along the way. Check the progress. Yeah, that's a pretty good one too. This is Are You Ready? Sorry. Yeah, I don't want to turn the show into a mockery. Let's take a highbrow approach to the whole thing tonight. David, have you ever tried crocodile? Never have. No, I don't do drugs. I've smoked some marijuana, but I don't consider that doing drugs.
The brains behind Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez.
Mr. Reagan.
Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is not really the Congresswoman of New York's 14th Congressional District. She is essentially an actress. She's merely playing the part of a New York Congresswoman. I know this sounds crazy, but bear with me. In 2017, a group called the Justice Democrats held auditions for potential congressional candidates that they would run on their platform for various congressional seats throughout the country. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez's brother Gabriel submitted her for the role. Now, I've auditioned for many acting roles in my day. I've also cast many of my own projects. I know how this works. If you find somebody with star power, even if they don't 100% fit the part, you go with it. Obviously, AOC has star power. Just look at her. She's a superstar, the most famous person in Congress, maybe ever. Their casting was perfect. Now, I didn't have to go digging for evidence for this because they freely admit it. They brag about it.
Back in 2016, we put out a call for nominations. We got over...
We have played this before, and as much as I think this woman would be better than Ocasio, yeah, she should really step up and be Ocasio. She's prettier, I think. I mean, if it comes down to intelligence, too, I think she's smarter, too. She's one of the people behind the scenes at the Justice Democrats. They literally created these two candidates, Beto O'Rourke and Ocasio-Cortez. And I have a feeling, I'm just going to throw it out there, but I have a feeling that Nancy Pelosi's put off a little bit by this. They don't want their party being categorized. The Democrats don't want to be seen as being representative of the far left and Omar's extreme behavior and her approach toward, anti-Jewish people. So I think the Democrats are really trying to re-engineer themselves a little bit more toward the center. And these people at the Justice Democrat group, led by the guy, one of the guys, the Young Turks guy, you know who I'm talking about. He's the guy behind the Justice Democrats, one of the people, one of the architects of it. And his trip is, they got all kinds of free money and support, and I'm not sure where they got it, maybe George Soros. But they got a big boost on YouTube, and their subscriber levels went up to 2 million when ours were kept at the same level. Haven't moved one single inch in 9 years, which is complete suppression and censorship of our opportunity to grow. Whereas these people get 2 million supporters, and then now the Democratic Party is wondering, wait a second, maybe they gave the wrong people the support on YouTube. That's why I think Nancy Pelosi's been camping out in our show. Trump is stealing more of my ideas. I know.
I figured I'd come in. I'm going to listen to this show and story on NPR at 8 o'clock. So.
Oh, okay. I'll be out of here by 8 then. Okay, great. I'll be back in at 8. Okay, Trump is listening to my idea of ordering a prep for EMPs. Electromagnetic pulses. Yeah, so even my 5G plus EMP safe concept has now sparked the interest of the president, and now they're talking about it over there. Yeah. Trump orders feds to prep for EMP attack. There you go. Yeah, see, he's basically mirroring our show. Isn't that weird? Wow Air. By the way, Wow Air used to be the cheapest technology you could get.
But now it doesn't exist.
But now it doesn't exist. End of operation of Wow Air. Information for Wow Air passengers. Wow Air has ceased operation. All Wow Air flights have been canceled. How will I reach my destination? There are check available flights. What are my rights? Passengers whose ticket was paid with a credit card are advised to contact their credit card company to check for a refund. Oh, yeah, right. We tried to get a refund from JetBlue one year. I haven't flown, and Sarah and I haven't flown since 9/11. They would not budge. And we had issues of bereavement to deal with, and they would not budge. They would not give us a $200 credit. They refuse. Once you give the money to the company, the airplane company, it sucks right in. They may be able to use it, you know, you can bump it to another flight. That's usually what you can do within a time period. All right, Sarah's going to take over and give me a little break. Oh, you got drug-induced zombie walks tonight? Oh, that'll be fun. I'm sure I'll be able to watch that later, along with Jim Carrey's first appearance on Late Night. And guess who? Mad Dog, his father appeared on the Bobby Lee Sears show in 1977. We'll play that later too. Wow, that's great. Fun stuff toward the end of our show. You're going to call me, going to be calling you from my ranch truck if you're taking calls. I need to finish putting some things away. Yeah, wait till call later. Yeah, I'm gonna let Sarah take over the show. I'm gonna have a little something and relax, and I'll be back. Sarah's got a thing at 8.
You want me to make you some ravioli or something?
No, I can do that. I'm good. Thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed that. Tasty?
Yeah, I was hungry.
Good.
I kind of skipped lunch. Well, I had a yogurt and a cheese stick for lunch.
No, that's not much.
I was dealing
Very
with
a light
that
lunch.
tech thing.
Oh, I know. Well, Technology Thursday, you know, one of the things that we've noticed with our technology that we've used over the years doing the show is it's always difficult to get everything to work right at the same time. When I first met Sarah, I had already invested like $10,000 in technology back in the 1990s. And, I mean, believe it or not, computers were like $4,000 back then. And I bought a couple of computers and it worked my way up to the point where I was chatting online with, and I met Sarah through the computer that I bought. But the money I spent was a waste. I mean, we're talking maybe 5 to 10, 7,000 of it was wasted. Had I just sat back and waited for computers to get cheaper, I would have been smarter. But now you can get a pretty good setup for about $1,500. You can set up a live stream show for around $1,500. You bought a 10 megabyte hard drive for $120. Wow. Pretty good deal.
$1,200.
Oh, back then you bought one, a 10 megabyte hard for $1,200. Yeah, really, I know. Well, that's when you were making $100,000 plus a year, Max. He was a big earner before his stroke. He had everything, all the money in the world. We all chatted back then. It was a little bit more innocent, I think. There was a time when people could trust each other a little bit easier. Now it's a little bit more tough for you guys to meet each other and feel safe. Especially with all the media that we get, you know, weird things going on. All right, thank you.
Well, you hear a plane, yeah, heading for our house, not the White House, but it does seem like it's heading here. Yeah, all these planes. Oh, I was going to tell David some information later about that. Did I know you win trivia? Why is that? Yeah, why is that? You know a lot of information, Real Magoo? Because your IQ is at least 120. You never had it measured. That's probably good to not. And you're handsome? Cam up! Prove it. No, Barry G, I don't need to, gosh, you have a bachelor's degree? I mean, really, just get a camera. You're that smart. You got a bachelor's degree. Might as well cam up. Look behind you now, you have a, wow, new music server with 40 terabyte hard drive. Wow, that's awesome. Never invested in a server before, but I've thought of it. Thought about it. That's cool. You're a U.S. Navy 3rd Petty Officer? Wow, that's pretty amazing. For your music? Nice. Yeah, I don't need to escape reality. I have a wonderful reality. That's cool. I like your server. See? Maxed out credits cammed up. I can see him. You are U.S. Navy Petty Officer 3rd Class AT3. And you have a bachelor's in economics. Ooh, I could use that. I could be like, you can give me some tips on what I should invest in and when I should sell. Celebrating. Yeah. 651 says, get on camera, Real Magoo. He wants to see what a petty guy looks like. Well, a petty officer. I am indeed Barry G. I teach. I learn. You're a pilot in your previous life? RCAF? Wow. Are you at least 35 years old, Magoo? Were you born in the United States? Have you lived for the past 14 years in the United States? That's a good advice behavior. Define my investment strategy. I am all over the board. I have some money that's like risk it all. And some money, ooh, don't go there, don't touch that. Don't touch it. But so it's like a percentage, right? Define what percent you want to do things with. I agree with buying for the long term. I did hear a good strategy, which I thought was wise. It says, don't put a short on it or whatever it's called. I think it's called a short. But if you follow your stocks and then sell if they drop below 25% of whatever their highest one is. Which I thought that was a good advice. Are you against camming up because you were in the military? Maybe. I understand that too. That doesn't make sense, Sponheim Scorpion. Why don't you just leave the house when they're not there? Take your computer with you. How do you find us on iVlog? iVlog.tv/America's Third Party. Actually, /user/America's Third Party. But yeah, our username is America's Third Party over at iVlog. And unlike at Vaughn Live, it's just third party. You want me to read about the Lockheed C-130 Hercules? Okay, you need to be on iVlog.tv. There you go. Thank you, True Blue. You're my blue hero. Cool. Nice. So I'm trying hard to avoid the news, but I don't know what sites I want to visit while I'm here or what I want to talk about. Do I really want to do trivia, Real Magoo? I don't know. I could finish up the trivia book. Could do that. I don't want to read the news, Delvire. 30 minutes of the news is... I would rather talk about my hopes and dreams for the future of America rather than the news. I mean, news is just so... Even though I am planning to go to listen to National Public Radio. But usually news is just so negative. You want me to talk about my love life in high school? One word it can be summed up in. Ready? Non-existent. Until my senior year, but then it wasn't anyone in high school I was with. I dated older men once I was in my senior year. I dated older men. Well, I tell you what didn't work on me, when I feel bad that it didn't work, because I kind of did think the guy was cute. It was, do I like some band singer? And I said no. And I should have said, I don't know, because I don't know. What does he sing? That's what I should have said. Because I ended up looking and realizing I did like the band, and then I should have, anyway, I was kind of rude. Ooh, an AI, I think it wasn't Prodigy. Maybe it was, no, it was a guy named started with an M. I don't even remember. I guess he wasn't that great of a band. It wasn't Marilyn Manson. Anyway. Semantris, but this is like, okay, let's see if it comes in. Semantris. Alright, let me pull up this. No, David. No, I don't want to rename. I just want to remove. Semantris. Ooh, this sounds like Tetris. I might get hooked. I was a little bit of a heartbreaker. And then when between 18 and 19, that was definitely a heartbreaker. 19, I settled down. A bit. Alright. Blocks, take your time and puzzle it out. Arcade, think fast, type fast. Word association games powered by machine learning. Which one shall I do? Blocks or... I like to take my time. I'm going to go for blocks. Paper, hair, necklace, telephone, type something related to one of the words below. Your clue can be as long as you like. I'm gonna go writing. Now let's see if the AI understands which block you're talking about. It should be paper. I guess paper! Block is removed and turned into points. I like this. Oh, should I mute it? I should probably mute the tab. Experiment to see what clues the AI understands best. The game ends when the blocks reach the top. Okay, so I'm going to type in another one. Telephone. Call. Ooh. Jewel. Oh. Oh no. Halloween pumpkin. Oh, reading. Hair. Comb. I don't know about that. Plant water. Oh, nice. Seed. Oh no, snow. Oh goodness, ski. It's game over. How could you match the umbrella with rain, maybe? All right, so let's play again. All right, I'm gonna go for rain this time. Game? No. Reading. Oh, football. Ooh, sleep. Pet. Swimsuit. What's your account, Barry G? Sleep, plant. Well, Pastor Jackson? Wait, you had a different one the other night. Tomato. No, flower. All right, train. You have 3. But then I'm movie. Singer. No. I want singer again. Let's see. Good. Okay. Let's put in snow. Okay, so what is it? It was Pastor Jackson. You can type any word and it'll be like, what are you thinking of? Adidas. Sneaker. Oh, better 2800. Moving on up to the east side. SLH. No, 566. That's not the case. Oh, again? Chat. Football? What? Full. Egg? What? No. Snow. All right, that's better. Moon. night. Clock. Google. Okay. Work. No. Teacher. Now let's go with music for sound. You just have to type in a word and then the AI tries, you are trying to have the AI choose, you want to get rid of one of the words, and it's kind of like Tetris that it will, I don't know if you can just type in that word, the same word, but you're trying to type in a word and get the AI to figure out one of the words related to the word you type in. And then it will figure out what word he thinks you're thinking of, and then it will get rid of that, any color word connected to that one. Scam. Credit card scam. Yes, good job. And you don't want it to catch up on you. Submarine. Sometimes, yeah, similar words relate to other words. I don't know which one that one was. Green. Yes, avocado. Runner. Outlaw. Wow. Peace, outlaw. Food, nutrition, food. Good. Stadium. Oh, license plate. Tongue. Astronomy, justice. What? Optics. Tongue? No, I wasn't going for tongue, but game. Let's see what it says. Stadium, golf, eternity. Eternity? Game? No. I need to get rid of something over there. Light. E equals mc squared. E equals MC2. Game over. 4,750 points. Oh, moving on up. I am almost at the 5,000 points. I just have to get... It is like word Tetris. Time for bed. Good night. Maxed out credit. Television show. If I type potato or reach level 2. Garden, bed, hotel. Okay, whatever. Seeds. Yes, that will get rid of the garden. Telephone call. Oh, it got rid of those. Wow, I didn't see those were connected. Meow. Let's see. Top. Tabletop, but I was going for that one. Good. Flute. Player. Game player. Ice cream. Ice cream or sandwich? Ice cream. Yes. Fight. Ooh, I like pillow and sword fight. Both of them. All right, Iris.
So I'm getting ready to transfer those lettuces into the into bins with.
Good.
Yeah, they'll each have their own little harvested pot with soil.
Oh, good. That'll be good.
So it should be growing a red lettuce. Yay! That'll be great to harvest out of the garden. So what are you doing?
I'm playing a word Tetris game.
Neat. Word Tetris.
It's called Semantris.
Semantris. Neat. Cool.
And like it's with an AI, and it gives you words, and then you type in a word, and AI guesses if it's one of the words it thinks.
Michael Albinetti has made his Twitter private for some reason. Wow. Because he's right in the middle of a court case involving $25 million. And he probably has told, his attorney said, go ahead and shut it down, Albinetti. You've said too much already. Yeah, I didn't like him from the very get-go. I thought he was untrustworthy. What happened? Oh, you won.
No, I lost.
You lost.
But I have 2 points on the high score. That one's mine and that one's mine.
Well, that's cool.
Uh-huh.
You know, losing is winning now, you know, with the Common Core education system. Everyone should feel a little plus for just showing up, I think, you know? Lighten up the monkey on your back, folks, and just enjoy being here or there, wherever you are. You get an A+ for just showing up.
I like that. Semantris.
Semantris, that's cool.
Word association games powered by machine learning.
I like it. I'm going to watch that later. Maybe I'll plug it into Cool Rock. That'd be cool.
4 games in, and I basically mastered it.
Yeah, really. She's nearly the top scorer.
I guess I'm better than an AI. Ooh.
Well, I have AI plugged into the Cool Rock site. You can play music with the AI system.
Oh, nice.
You can actually play a symphony, and the AI system will respond with an equal symphony of its own.
He was probably tired of people creeping on him. 919.
Abinetti definitely is in the hot water, though, with the $25 million allegation of extortion from Nike.
Thank you, True Blue. I love my stars from you.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna go.
Yeah, you've got an 8 o'clock.
Oh, yes, I do.
Don't miss that live teleconference or whatever you're doing.
No, I'm just listening to a show.
Oh, okay, cool.
On NPR, of all things.
I know. I was going to go into the room just to catch Delilah tonight at 10, but I don't know. I can't help but listen to Delilah. Tell me about your problems.
What was her name?
Delilah and
Diane Reeves.
Diane Reeves of NPR Radio. Or the other one, which is Dr. Laura. Her career kind of tumbled when she talked about. She just referred to the N-word like 7 times in her show, and her career lost all its sponsors. Well, I'll show you what the Cool Rock website is. It's like the Semantris site in some ways. Yeah, I'll tell you about it in just a second. It's our flagship site I've had since 1995 with one intent, to provide people fun stuff to do online.
In a world where bass rules the planet and its inhabitants worship sound, 2 superpowers collide.
We bring you a nightly soundscape of incredible music. Join us at coolrock.com and watch virtual chat, great music, and interactive news links.
Okay, we have a request for the What's Going On video. Yeah, we don't want you to feel overwhelmed with technology, so we want to bring you down to a baseline so you won't freak out and get the jitters. So we use this guy as our baseline because he represents so many people in America who are just kind of at this level. You know, they grew up at this level.
Hey, do you ever wonder, like, what is going on? I mean, like, do you ever, like, wake up or do something and you're just like, what the fuck is going on?
All right, so does that make you feel better, Howie? Good. I'm glad, because we're wondering if you're still here with us. You're still locked in that stage, and anytime you have to go back to that or the cowbell, we know that you're still struggling with this new fandangled technology stuff. So this thing pops up on occasion, this ditch the ads thing. Well, the maker of this site is so kind, he doesn't even put ads on there. Isn't that nice? And we just use his site to access our Cool Rock show. And this thing you can, I don't know, stick it wherever you want. But every site is completely customizable. You can click the YouTube channel here, which will take you to our YouTube channel at America's Third Party, which gives you about 20,000 hours of broadcasting. You can go one to the other. This is great because it gives you Scissor Fights music, which is outstanding music and all original. And he's an incredible audio editor and mix artist. Really good stuff here. You'll find very cool things there. And up here is this the ultimate thing up on the right of the screen right here is this Web Oasis that Chatroom Celebrity sent me. And that's got amazing, I mean, you're talking, you're going to open up the world of the internet. Everything from tech, radio, crypto, stocks, weather, passport, editor, arcade, donate, forum, chat, tube, frequently asked questions. You name it. You need to even add your own custom links right there. And then it's got, under every category, it's got all kinds of access to this is like your doorway to the internet. And it gives you, even access to the darkest places in the internet. Not that I've ever gone there, but it's there. Voice dictation. Want to learn out how to do that? You can launch a dictation system and write in English or Spanish or whatever. I mean, it's like the ultimate tool of Web Oasis. But Cool Rock itself is set up to have fun with and watch our show. You can see it live there. And you can get into the chat room at Vaughn. Or this is the chat room at iBlog. If I clicked here, I could just jump out of one web browser and go to the other. Or you can get in here and... Yeah, some of the sites that don't have access, what you do, Carolyn, is open up get a browser called Opera. Opera.com will open up any website. It's the most useful website tool out there, in my opinion. It doesn't have a lot of those blocking agents that a lot of websites hit you with, too. It's called Opera. The website's called Cool Rock. Right here. Cool Rock. CoolRock.com. Anyway, there's so much stuff here to play with. You can play an interactive game with the computer. This guy who created this, I just threw it in here. Has an AI backbone, so when I play a few notes, it'll play them back from an AI system. Wow, that was interesting. It's like we're talking to a computer. And we've just got some really cool drum sounds if you want to play drums and get into it like a Native American mindset. But say you like to doodle. We found this Mr. Doob online, and it's just fantastic. It gives you everything. You can manipulate yourself in clouds in your background if you want. You can have fun with drawing pictures. You can even play with art and sound simultaneously. You don't like that? Just X out of it. You can pretty much X out of any box you want, refresh, restore. Refresh your browser, and if you're using Opera, it works great. I'm using it on Google. It's Google Chrome will handle it. Explore the states. You've got this way to find out about America and our history. Very good tool, especially if you want to move here. Tells you all about every state out there, including, there's a lot of different places you can go on there. And then this site right over here is All Sides News. Yeah, let's see if World News, I got to refresh this. My RSS feed is down on World News from Reuters, so I'll get rid of it. But this is good because you can find out about Adam Schiff from different perspectives. Trump and GOP lawmakers call on Adam Schiff to resign. Yeah, House Intel Republicans call on Schiff to resign as chairman after Mueller report. I think Adam Schiff has been onto something, and I think there's still total collusion going on. So I'm going to hope that somebody better steps up instead of Adam Schiff, because we really do have a very strong case of collusion with Donald Trump. Just because Mueller is now in on it, on the collusion, and so is Bill Barr, doesn't mean we don't have a case. But this is from the left, and then from the center says Trump Republican lawmakers call on House Intelligence Chairman to resign. And then from the right, Adam Schiff confronted by Republicans on House Intel panel, no faith in your ability. Wow. So even from the left, it looks bad for Adam Schiff. So that means that Adam Schiff may have to, hang his hat up and say, no longer can he receive money from George Soros. And now George Soros has been implicated in the Jussie Smollett case. It just gets juicier and juicier out there. The Jussie Smollett case we talked about last week, we really shocked everybody when they realized that the original request from Michelle Obama and her assistant to contact the justice system in Chicago apparently got Jussie out. Total corruption. And he's been able to get away from... He's been getting away with this all along. Jussie's not going to have any charges filed against him, and he's going to get a free pass. And this is how corruption works in our government, right up in front of us. They're doing it right in front of our faces. That's how little power we have to stop the Obama clan and the Clinton clan, and we've become powerless. The country itself has become relatively powerless. And you can blame everybody for that. Well, if Adam Schiff doesn't want to resign and he wants to continue getting George Soros, donations, that's his choice. Unless there's laws set up to stop Soros from doing this, financing campaigns and getting Kim Fox to get in there and then get Jussie out, you got to wonder what Jussie was doing that day when he came up with the accusations of hate crimes,
And there's going to be riots in the streets.
Really?
Worse than the riots in South Central Los Angeles after they acquitted the cops that beat up Rodney King.
Yeah.
You think that and that was black people rioting.
Oh yeah.
You haven't seen anything. And I'm not advocating killing and murder and stealing and robbing. That's not what I'm advocating. I'm just telling you what people are going to do. People are sick of this. People are tired of the long-legged Mac Daddy, kicking them in the face every time he gets up, lying to them. Then you got a bunch of, suck-ups like the MSNBC News, ABC News, and all these media types, and everybody who's looking to be popular.
I agree. That was the Reverend Manning, the Right Reverend Long-Legged Mac Daddy. I can't say it because my voice gets too deep. The Long-Legged Mac Daddy. Dave, the feds will get him. They're going to get Adam Schiff, really? Or George Soros? Or David Manning? I don't know. I think David Manning is doing a good job of revealing what's the underbelly of corruption going on. I like Reverend Manning. I'd have him over at the White House. Absolutely. I see nothing wrong with his rhetoric. It cuts to the chase, it gets out there. I too believe that it was pretty bad. Congress is corrupt. MSNBC is corrupt. I preceded fake news with just the media corruption and censorship. My discussion of that's been going on for a long time. Hey, we'll play this. We missed it last night, but we'll play this again. Technology won't save us from this crisis. Seattle is turning into a disaster zone. And this is a 1-hour picture video called Seattle is Dying. Great pan angle of the entire city and the homelessness outside of it. And the Democrats haven't solved homelessness, so yeah, we need to talk about this. It's on the agenda. Well, libtards have already wasted a lot of your tax dollars. I will agree with you there. And they haven't solved the problems. They basically are wannabes. They want to solve the problems, but they never do. There's a lot of talk with the Democrats, but there's not a lot of action. And there's no talk with the Republicans when it comes to climate change, the dangerous environment that we're all facing with food being contaminated. They don't talk about that. I don't fly ever. I won't fly in a plane. I don't need to do the Chicano accent, man. I mean, I don't do that stuff on cue. Let's be clear. Jussie Smollett was attacked by imaginary white men, but they were still white in his mind. And since he identified them as white, it will still call a hate crime, but Jussie's not involved. Do you think the hate crime should go forward? These two men that got a check for $3,500 from Jussie to do training and nutrition, according to him. Do you think that these two men should be charged with a hate crime still? Yeah, I'm curious, because it's almost like they could do that still. Yeah, oh yeah, Jussie really was. Yeah, he paid him $3,500. And he claims that he was helping them with nutrition. They were helping him with nutrition and training, whatever that means. Hi, Mystify Me. Welcome. Yes, I don't know, like to play. Hey, we got the 5G wireless technology comes with big promises. See? Read this article. Big promises, but the city of Portland has big concerns. Now, we talked about the dangers of the 5G network and how I'm promoting a simpler plan. Yeah, simpler. Isn't that special? I'm promoting the 5G Plus and EMP safe system, which has yet to be developed. It's still just a fiction in my mind. I'm pre-visualizing a solution for the problem with 5G.
Thank you. We are talking 5G now, a faster internet for your cell phones. Wireless companies have been touting this tech for years, but the city of Portland is saying, hold on.
They have two big concerns before we start rolling out this technology all over town, and they're certainly not alone. KATU's Keaton Thomas is live downtown. And Keaton, what's the holdup?
Well, one of their concerns is they feel like as we're trying to roll this technology out, the federal government's basically engaging in a big old land grab against the local governments, and they say it could cost the city millions of dollars. Their other concern is this even safe? Are you on your phone right now? Did you use it today? Maybe in the past few minutes? Chances are the answer is yes. The promise of faster internet is coming with an eventual rollout of 5G wireless technology. That's 5th generation. To make that happen, wireless companies will need to deploy small wireless nodes around Portland to keep you connected. But the city says this amounts to a land grab by the feds.
The federal government is trying to take control, and we at City Hall take a dim view to that.
In a wide-ranging press conference, Mayor Ted Wheeler laid out their 5G concerns. Last year, the Federal Communications Commission announced that they would limit the way cities can regulate implementation of this 5G tech, and it limited how much they can charge a wireless company to attach this technology to something like a city-owned light pole. Some cities are charging $3,000 per installation. FCC's capping it at just $270. The city of Portland says it could cost them $9.5 million in franchise fees. They filed a lawsuit against the FCC. But there's more.
Increasing concerns about the potential health risks of this new generation of wireless technology.
Ted Wheeler says the city's also worried about health. In September, nearly 200 scientists from around the world asked the European Commission to hold up on a 5G rollout till they could study the health effects. This week, the city may ask the FCC to study potential health impacts, if any, of 5G and make that information publicly available.
For 5G to roll out and be successful in this environment, the public has to have confidence that this technology is in the best interest of the public.
All right, I absolutely agree with the Portland council there, and I'm really glad that they I'm really glad that they were able to do that. At least speak out, because we need people speaking out. We're dealing with something much more dangerous than people realize, and the recent 300 birds that died outside of the Dutch installation in the Netherlands, a 5G mast was constructed and tested, and 300 birds dropped like complete dead on arrival as soon as it hit the power switch. So, yeah, it's pretty bad. Anything like that that'll do it to birds will do it to humans. It's kind of like the canary test. Once that radiation kicks in, they're all got, I don't know what kind of birds, blackbirds singing in the dead of night, irradiated with the 5G network to die. Yeah, so I don't know. We could sing a song if you like. Love that song, I know. Blackbirds dying in the dead of night. You could just change it, yeah. Burning up from radiation all their lives. We should get into that, yeah. All right, so the city of Chicago is going after him. They're going to demand $130,000 from him. I don't know. I mean, the weird thing is, we read this yesterday, but Kim Foxx, who recused herself on the whole Jussie Smollett thing, and I had all these links last night that were ready to pop out in front of you, but, you know, we changed all night long. Here's the most recent link that I got. The Chicago PD says they had far more evidence against Jussie Smollett's hoax attack that they hadn't even released. We're ready to present it all in a trial in a rock-solid case, but can't due to court's decision. So, Rahm Emanuel, if you really are mayor of Chicago, you're going to have to prosecute the judge in the case. Somehow, there's got to be an apparatus by which you can sue the judge, because this is a gross violation of judicial law for a case to be suppressed like this, because Kim Foxx got a donation of $408,000 from George Soros, and even though she recused herself on it, it is established that the assistant under her actually said he didn't want to let Jussie get off. He wanted to prosecute. So what she's saying doesn't fly. She didn't recuse herself because what happened is Jussie flew. Jussie got out and has nothing on his record. So this is a case of the Illuminati popping up on the surface, and you're seeing the gross corruption. All of us are. And then it just kind of goes underwater. Remember 2010, John Travolta was accused of calling a masseuse, asking a masseuse to perform oral sex on him. This was in the deposition. That story lasted all of one day, one night, and then it just disappeared. Remember that? Long, long time ago. A long, long time ago. Anyway, he had a really good damage control expert. His complete coverage was shunned. Nobody thought for a second he ever did it. It completely shut the news down. 10 years prior to that, Jack Nicholson was found to have been in a hotel room with two prostitutes who claimed they were beaten up. That story disappeared in one day. I mean, you'll never even hear these stories. They won't even be written down in the written record. It's called suppressing the media, and it's been going on for some time. No one was indicted. Well, if a grand jury already established enough evidence for prosecution, then how could we pull this away from a grand jury? If the feds took the case, then run with it, because this is this has to be investigated. We have to actually investigate Michelle Obama, her assistant, and Kim Foxx, and how this entire case was thrown out of the garbage, or into the garbage. I mean, but there's other prosecutorial neglect issues, like Debbie Wasserman Schultz's brother, Steve Wasserman, working for the prosecutor's office in Washington, D.C. Somehow he became the defense attorney for the Yuan brothers, who were working secretly to do internet hacking work for the Democratic National Committee, and Debbie Wasserman Schultz privately as well. The whole thing completely disappears. Plea agreement, the Yuan brother that was charged is no longer even talked about. Bye-bye, story gone. Now, I don't think Stephen Wasserman can do that. I don't think he can represent and defend somebody when he's working for the prosecutor's office. It's not legal. Yet he did it. And there's all these cases of prosecutorial neglect. Like in California, the judge ruling over, the San Francisco judge ruling over the guy who got Roundup contamination, and he was a gardener who did a lot of Roundup work, and he got, Hodgkin's lymphoma or non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. That guy sued and had a $289 million award by a jury. The next day, the judge had managed to reduce it to a $78 million reward. It dropped $210 million based on a technicality. That in the closing argument, the prosecutor said that if you don't put a heavy charge or levy a heavy fine on Monsanto, those guys would be popping the champagne corks in their offices and celebrating. The judge used that statement as a reason to take $210 million away from this guy in the judgment. That's total corruption. I mean, I don't care how you cut it, that's corrupt. You can't take the statement that the reason she said he didn't have a right to say that was he didn't know if they really had champagne in their closet in Monsanto. He was just saying that. And it's a figure of speech that he tried to explain when he had his closing statement and he tried to close on the deal, and it convinced the jury to levy a $289 million lawsuit judgment. I mean, that's ridiculous. I'm sorry, but any woman or judge that makes decisions like that shouldn't be operating in our court system ever. She needs to be completely disbarred and taken away to a new, some sort of a nut house or something. Get checked for mental disease, possibly extreme greed addiction. Did money change hands? I don't know. According to Rahm Emanuel, he says a juicy investigation is going to be costly. President Trump, FBI will investigate Jussie Smollett case.
Of the moral, who's been let off scot-free with no sense of accountability of the moral and ethical wrong of his actions.
Okay, he was accused of this. 36-year-old has maintained his innocence all along. He did write a $3,500 check.
Since day one.
Yeah, Tina Glandian, attorney for Smollett, they're not concerned about any federal investigation. Really? Okay, because they didn't request a dismissal of charges, and to her knowledge, nothing improper was done. She told host Savannah Guthrie that Smollett just wants to leave the ordeal behind him. Well, yeah, if you commit 14 minor felonies, that's what you do. You don't want to carry that into prison. Hello. Okay. Yes, what can I do for you?
Been through the last 2 months. He really just, he's told me numerous times, I don't even care about what happened. I just want to move on. I mean, what's happened after the fact?
That makes sense, though. This is a terrible attack.
What that attack was pales in comparison to the attack on him by the mayor, by the CPD, by the press.
So this man would rather have bleach thrown on him and called racial epithets by people that he happened to know, who he paid a $3,500 check to. Now you're telling me that the guys he paid a $3,500 check to that he claims is for nutrition and training called him out in the middle of public and started attacking him and threw bleach on him? Right. That's Jussie's skating out of here, and even the defending attorney, she may not have known anything about it because this is above her pay grade. This is Michelle Obama making herself known. And man, she can pull a lot of weight being the former first lady of the country. Yeah, she's got a lot of swing, a lot of action. Michelle Obama. Well, clout is what it is. When you have that kind of clout, you could do anything, right? Anyway, I'm not going to make a big deal about Michelle. Hopefully she doesn't run for office. But if she does, we know that she's packing a penis. Yeah. It's pretty obvious. It doesn't have to take magnifying glass to, show people that this penis is real. Can you not see? It's definitely a penis. You can see it moving around there. See it? Flapping. Yeah. Look, you see that? That's a penis and a testicle. You see that? Well, she's making the decision, or she is making the decisions here. Yes or no? 9 of the 12 Supreme Court justices are Republican? No, I hope not. They're trying to convince, the Republicans are trying to get the Supreme Court down to 9 people. They just want to stack it. Has anybody seen Ruth Bader Ginsburg anywhere? Because I haven't. There's not a live picture of her. This is almost as bad as the cover-up with Justice Scalia and his death, which was clearly a death of murder. And they never investigated that. But let me see what pops up in the picture category of Ruth Bader makes her first public appearance since surgery. But that's a stock photo. I've seen that before. I don't know. CNN announced that this was her big coming out February 4th. There she was. Georgetown University. No, that was April 27th, 2017. Wait a second. This says she came out February 4th, 2019. That's a picture from 2017. But they put a picture from 2017 to say she's out in February of 2019? What's wrong with the CNN? Oh my gosh, are they covering for her? Whoa. That's weird. You see how they did that? Yes, we have generally over 9,000 viewers in this show that try to get in. And Mark has effectively knocked out 350 million VPNs. He sometimes can't control the numbers. We normally have 9,000 trying to get in here, Basil. If you're from one of the IP addresses that Mark allowed for T. Rucker, you get in here. The rest can't get in here. This is a bad show to get into. I mean, and that's why I offer other links on @ThirdParty if you go to our Twitter account. We have this amazing audience, a worldwide audience that would love to chat with us, and we have a Periscope chat, but they have to join Twitter to do it. So they don't want to do that. And then they can't get into our iVlog show, which is over here, because every time they get in there, they have to use Flash, so they can't use that. So the only network they can get into is Vaughn. And I'm still working on developing another chat room over at Riot, but it's by invitation only, and nobody's going to give me their email address to do that, so it's problematic, the whole thing is. But we are at Third Party, and we have a show going on all the time, daily. Mitchell's in there right now, but we have a Periscope show, which has a new link I post at Third Party on Twitter. All right, cool.
Dun 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 dun
Dun, 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 dun. That was my anti-gun control. Why ban guns? They're going to try to ban BB guns too. I saw some rapid-fire BB guns that look pretty dangerous. Those Democrats will probably decide that, oh, we can't possibly allow those. They're going to ban those too. Tonight, Sarah played Samantras at Samantras, this site right here. A really cool game to play Tetris and do strengthening techniques for words if you're working on your word assembly. Some people want to play games while they learn. We think education and learning and fun should all merge together. Samantras, new technology. Dun, 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 dun. I'm extremely good with a gun, and when I blew that round off, it was intentionally designed to ping back at me. You just played Samantras, it was fun? Cool. Well, the more fun you can have with yourself, the better, because, you know, a lot of you people may just be, you know, stuck in a situation where you can't go out and the air pollution is so bad you have to stay inside. Now that the elitists are destroying the world, you know, we're going to end up with this destroyed universe will have to stay inside, play with yourself. Hashtag play with yourself. That's got to go viral, yeah. Play with yourself. Yeah, and having fun with yourself is really the key to learning how to live with yourself. The number one person you need to learn how to like is yourself. Once you get past liking yourself, it's easy to like other people. But if you walk around hating yourself, people are going to hate you too. It's infectious. It's the truth too. I wish I was telling you something I could,
Turning now to Venezuela, where blackouts are stopping mass transit and shuttering businesses. Take a look at this moment when the lights just went out.
Wow. Do they have car lights? It's the only lights going on in Venezuela are car lights.
Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro says the government will ration electricity until it can restore the hydroelectric plant to full capacity.
Okay. Good to know. Good to know. Oh, I think I had a piece of my dinner there. Good to know. Yeah. Donald Trump is charging Facebook with housing discrimination because they actually made it so that people could find out they could appeal only to people who are white in selling their house. So you want to make sure that all white people in your neighborhood, you go on Facebook and you set up your separate keyword things, Yeah, that's bad. Anybody who does that, you can't delineate white, black, Hispanic. Marijuana has never hurt anybody. In fact, it helps people. Marijuana has helped people get through a lot of tough times with PTSD. Parkinson's has relief. People have relief. People get relief from practically every malady in the world. Yeah. It seems to be a universal panacea, holistic solution for people. Here's a guy who could use a good joint.
Facebook is encouraging and enabling discrimination through its advertising platform by restricting who can view housing-related ads. The department says it is seeking appropriate relief for the harm it says Facebook has caused. Facebook has not yet commented on that charge.
Okay, well, Facebook, you better get on it. We will not accept anybody being discriminated on in any Facebook application, except 182 million subscribers who had all their personal information shared with Cambridge Analytica and the Russians. Thanks, Facebook, and they didn't get any penalties either. I'd be charging Zuckerberg with a 10-year criminal offense from the federal government for what he did with Cambridge Analytica. Well, I have a belief that if you believe in yourself, it's the starting point toward building your future. Call me old-fashioned, but I mean, you're not going to go anywhere thinking you're worthless or a waste of space. Even if you are, we're all wastes of space, technically. I mean, we're all just specks of dust in this infinite universe. Anyone who thinks they've got money and power, it's an illusion. But realizing that you have potential is really what I'm talking about. I don't care who you are. Now Trump has reversed his position on Special Olympics. He said he's going to cover it, despite Betsy DeVos, who wanted to cut the Special Olympics funds. I wonder if she has anybody in her family like Awesome Carl. Remember Awesome Carl? He was he had 32 or 35 medal award winning Special Olympian. Hey, it's me, Awesome Carl. Remember him? He actually had, and you know what? He's gone on to believe in himself with all that support. That's a pretty good thing about Special Olympics. They learn to get a certain amount of self-esteem and a certain amount of belief in themselves from this program. It's kind of hard to do that when you have problems, disabilities that are mind-boggling, literally. Getting past that is not easy for a lot of these people. I go to a local store in my area. I'm not going to say which one, but they hire a person who is pretty much ADHD, autism spectrum. And he's a big guy. And I remember his name, and I actually approached him the other day and said, "Hi, Bill." And he was like, "How did you know my name?" And I was like, "Well, I just remembered it." "I didn't tell anybody my name." And he's standing in front of a major grocery store with all these high-end buyers that are going in there, and he's yelling at people. And he's making $15 an hour doing it. Isn't that amazing? And only in America. He runs around yelling, "Hey, I'll get your card for you." You know, it's like, I'm glad he's got a job. I really am. I don't talk to the management and say, "Hey, you got a guy out there screaming at people who's obviously autistic and seriously mentally distraught. Could be a danger to others." But no, I don't say anything. I just say, "I'm glad you have a job, Bill." Really. It's kind of amazing how he can even function. That's not his real name. Names were made up to protect the innocent. E is for existential crisis. Ooh, heady. It's almost time for Mayberry RFID. Oh, look at that. Big Bird having an existential crisis in the middle of the park. That's pretty funny. Big Bird never will be, and you're not allowed to actually use Big Bird logos for longer than 8 seconds, or you'll be violating the Digital Copyright Millennial Act. So Misanthropy posts the stuff, or you're just making fun of him? It's your joke about him? I just think it's great that Bill can work. I don't think we could possibly expect anything better for a lot of people like that, but they've got work at lots of stores hire them. Yep. And there's a lot of, I've known people that have gone their whole life, earn enough money to have children. I'm serious, with a mentality like that. Just simply going to work every day and doing a good job as a busboy or as a bagger at the market. You were a victim of the Tuskegee experiments? Well, you should hang out. Yeah. Talk about your story. Well, let's be clear. I was not a victim of the Tuskegee. Oh, so you got a paste up of my new photograph on Twitter? Where on Google Earth is Michelle Obama's dick? There you go. I love it. Promote it, man. Yeah. I don't mind. Yeah. Adam Schiff and David are side by side and hand pushing forward against Trump. Yeah, but Adam Schiff is working for Soros. I'm not. Big difference. Yeah, I'm independent. I'm freewheeling. I see the problem with the corruption. The collusion issue, I could go on and on at great length. I mean, I already have. A simple reminder at the bottom of our screen will clarify why there was collusion. And this came from an iVlog supporter. Well, let's be clear. I'm looking for my scroll. There it is. Yeah. So Sessions, Jeff Sessions, Carter Page, Papadopoulos, Paul Manafort, Michael Flynn, Roger Stone, Michael Cohen, Jared Kushner, and Donald Jr. are all Trump associates that met with the Russians. But there was no collusion. That really makes sense. Remember that time Bill Clinton fired his Surgeon General for encouraging masturbation education? I don't. No, I don't. Is this the woman? Joycelyn Elders served as Surgeon General of the U.S. from 1993 until her firing in late 1994. A new documentary explores the history and enduring taboo of masturbation. Dr. Elders became the first African American to serve as Surgeon General, but her outspoken views soon began to outrage the religious right. And Bill Clinton, he did appeal to the religious right after all. I never had sexual relations with that woman. She performed an oral sex on me. Not her. This is a God-fearing woman. She should have remained our Surgeon General, dang it. If only we could make her our Surgeon General again, you know? In the words of Michael Jackson, that's ignorant. That's ignorant. You know, you cannot force Mark to do anything. You have to pay him. Mark is expensive. The Russians have found that out. Many people would never expect somebody to monetize their censorship of one of their telecasters like Mark has. It took some real heavy thinking for him to decide to censor me and commit violations of my freedoms. Yeah, he must have really jumped out on a limb or something to do that. I know his friend T. Rucker is still he's still alive. He came out a couple days ago on his own show. And Mark hasn't been seen talking about it at all, because Mark was on record saying T. Rucker had died, and he was crying to everybody and talking about losing his friend. I mean, what's that all about? You should not feel guilty after masturbating. No. It's the mind control in your mind that is embedded in your brain that has created the taboo that may actually be stimulating you and making you want to masturbate. See, if there were no taboos, people probably wouldn't masturbate as much. You'll notice that people have very little sex at nudist colonies. Of course, I wouldn't know. I've never been to one. But generally, people have seen each other naked. They're not like, oh, wow, you know, there's no fantasy left. Anyway, let's move on, because I think the subject is debasing and the carnality is disgusting. It's making me sick. I'd rather talk about some of the new blood in the Democratic Party. People that claim they have degrees in economics better be sure they have those degrees in economics, because I'm going to go look them up. My next stop, Boston University. Look up the Reg files. But I need a subpoena to do it. They won't tell me otherwise. No, I was never in a nudist colony. I was just talking about nudist colonies all night long. It's my drop word for subconscious and sublingual communication. They call it subliminal, actually. Subliminal communications when we talk sex is all, and then you mention the word sex all the time, and every fifth word is sex. Well, this is a live view cam of the Capitol building, where it was a couple hours ago.
Always been our country's moral compass. It was written that we are endowed by our Creator.
Well, this is that guy that the limousine liberals want to pop up as a guy who can speak. He's a Kennedy, and oh, this is crazy. These are all Democrats, yeah. All right, we'll look at that later when I have nothing to do. You are a sexual being even though you're not really horny. Yeah, and that's what you tell everybody when you meet them. Excuse me, but I'm a very sexual being, but I'm not very horny.
Nobody listen.
Why do you keep linking that? Thank you. Cranky beans. I'll look at that later. Well, you could have, there is a segment where I can do a nude Bible reading session, if you'd like. Nude Bible reading, Bible study, nude Bible study. There is no reference to clothing in the Bible, in case you didn't know. Yeah, I checked my concordance. There's no word clothing or clothes or, yeah, nothing. Nudity isn't even mentioned. Well, technically it is. All right. I don't want to change your mind, though, you know, because I believe the obscenity laws are in place for a reason to protect children. And protect people from seeing naked bodies that are disgusting. Today we found out that radioactive contamination from Fukushima has spread all the way to the remote Alaskan island. So it's everywhere now. There's no turning back. The 2011 quake and tsunami sent Fukushima Daiichi plant's reactors to meltdown. Radiation was leaked into the air, soil, and ocean from the plant in eastern Japan. Water tests revealed cesium-137 near St. Lawrence Island in the Bering Strait. But the levels need to be more than 3,000 times higher to pose a safety concern. Well, that's important. So there's trace levels, but it's got to be 3,000 times higher. So we have to wait 3,000 years for this to get really, really bad. So I'll see you guys back here in the year Y23 or Y3K. In the year 2525, radiation will be everywhere. The world will be toxic as hell, and you will be born in a test tube. Hey, yeah, it's going to be pretty bad. I'm not worried though, because I'll be doing great in Y3K. I've already got my supplies here. I'm stocking up for Y3K, everybody. I had everything ready for Y2K, and then I had to eat a lot of the canned food, but a lot of the Y2K food should last another 1,000 years, I think. Some of my fudge bars aren't going to make it, though. My Atkins bars I'm going to have to eat in the next 300 years. Humans need calories to produce physical being. If you were able to live off of garbage, it'd be easier. Y3K, Y2K20. Y2K20, ooh, I like that. Hashtag Y2K20. That could work. Okay, we discovered a new hashtag. Oh, you are, yeah. Vote for Dave. And ATP. That'll be our mantra. Y2K20, vote for Dave, ATP. I'm glad we got past a lot of the bad news up front, so we don't have to talk about anything else. Yeah, that's the best part of the after show or later show. We used to call this the after show. Yeah, then the whole idea of doing a late show, we started doing 6 to 8, then we did 8 to 9, and then we did all the way to 10, was to expand the night so I can really, discuss something in detail. So they're saying that maybe...
Battle over funding for the Special Olympics. Education Secretary Betsy DeVos taking heat on Capitol Hill again today for cutting the games from her budget. President Trump feeling the heat as well, and late today, a reversal. The president overriding the secretary, saying the program will get its money. Here's ABC's senior congressional correspondent, Mary Bruce.
Facing growing outrage over his move to slash funding for the Special Olympics, tonight President Trump with an abrupt about-face.
I've been to the Special Olympics. I think it's incredible.
The administration called for cutting all federal money for the Special Olympics, $17.6 million, a tiny fraction of the president's $4.75 trillion budget, but a significant chunk of funding for the games, which give people with intellectual disabilities a chance to compete on the global stage. During 2 days of hearings on Capitol Hill, Trump's Education Secretary Betsy DeVos has been skewered.
I still can't understand why you would go after disabled children in your budget. You zero that out. It's appalling.
Did you personally approve this? I think a yes or no will do. The $18 million cut of the funding for Special Olympics?
No, I didn't personally get involved in that.
Well, I want to tell you, whoever came up with that idea at OMB gets a Special Olympic gold medal for insensitivity.
Amid the outcry, Democrats and Republicans vowed not to authorize the cuts.
No, I fully support Special Olympics.
He had to remember what that was. He had to refer to his page to talk about what he's talking about. Kevin McCarthy. I fully support Special Olympics. See that? Oh yeah, he forgot what he was talking about. No, I fully support the Special Olympics. I bet he was in the Special Olympics. I bet he was one of the big, hey, it's me, Awesome Carl. How are ya? That's cool. I'm not going to make fun of Awesome Carl. He's overcome his tragedy and he's become a film star. And guy's really amazing. Barry, you sound like Rodney. Yeah, go ahead. Rodney, is that you?
Hey, hello. Okay, Barry, what's your question?
Barry, what's your question?
I'm okay. What's going on? What's your question, man? Oh, well, I can do anything I want. It's called freedom of speech. What do you want to talk about, Barry?
What is the question? Okay, Barry.
Your cooking show.
I was eating chicken. What do you want to talk about? Go ahead.
Yeah, so I live on a ranch, like I said, and just to let you know, you said that chicken had no GMO in it.
Yeah.
Well, just FYI, I'm not trying to prove you wrong or just like I know I got banned that one time for about 5 seconds for just saying one thing one time and about radioactivity and microwaves and all that.
Go ahead.
And chickens, or when you buy chicken, like chicken breast or whatever part of the chicken, if it's pink, that means it's dyed. Not D-I-E-D, but D-Y-E-D.
It's
like
dyed
it's
pink,
by,
right? I believe you're right. Most chicken is dyed. You're right. Yeah. I've got an affidavit from Trader.
I think the chicken was pink. Maybe my stream was not picking up like good pixels and color and all that.
Yeah.
I was watching today.
That was not
but
pink.
It looked pink.
You know that chicken was not pink. It had been defrosted, and I'd covered it with a thing called paprika and chili powder.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's how it started to look pink to you. Now that chicken was purchased at Trader Joe's, and they've signed an affidavit. They sent it to me, and I have it in my email, saying that nothing in their store has genetically modified ingredients in it, including the frozen chicken I cooked today. Now, it may have been they may have used pesticides because it was not organic chicken, but it did say no hormones and steroids on the chicken package. And you probably know Tyson claims there are no hormones and steroids, but they're going to have to change that labeling soon because they were caught injecting the chicken eggs with a hormone. And they tried to skirt the law, but Tyson comes out pretty tough, I think. I've noticed there's a big difference between... So you raise chickens, Barry?
Do I raise them? Is that what you asked?
Yeah. You raised... chickens? I mean...
I do. They're just kind of like a pain in the ass because you got like coyotes going after them all the time. And I have dogs and stuff that like two dogs I'll watch out for them. But they're just like a big pain in the ass. They're kind of dirty.
Okay.
Like, I like the bigger livestock more so, like pigs. I have a horse. One of my horses passed away a couple weeks ago. It got West Nile virus, which is like I guess pretty common. I was on vacation.
Wow.
And someone wasn't paying attention. The person watching them wasn't, I guess, clearly watching close enough, and I was out of town, and it died by that. Yeah.
Man, that's terrible. Did you eat the meat, or are you allowed to eat? Are you allowed to eat the meat from an animal?
I guess you could. I didn't. No, I buried it. You can eat. Yeah, you can eat the meat from that, and that's not going to hurt you.
What about hoof and mouth disease? Can you eat the meat from hoof and mouth disease? Can you eat the meat from hoof and mouth disease creatures that die of hoof and mouth disease? I don't think you can.
Yeah, I believe it burns off. I would assume. I don't know. I buried it, but
all right.
I would assume it burns off pretty quickly.
Okay.
But I'm not too sure about that. I just know they contract it like pretty easily. You know, the disease. You know, like I've been so many mosquitoes my whole life and never had it. So I guess their immune system isn't the same way. But yeah. So I'm calling you about the chicken, and then also I wasn't a big fan of you making fun of the Bill with autism. I know you're just making a joke and everything, and
no, Bill with autism is the guy shouldn't have a job, honestly.
Why?
He's a nuisance. I was about ready to go in there and tell the manager that. Yeah, I was about ready to tell the manager. There's no way. I mean, you're welcome to hire the guy anytime. But yeah.
I would hire him for my ranch. Hell yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if you feel you can get something out of him, I don't see him working. I see him. I really believe that these people are. I think we're approaching a time when people won't have to work, and I think we're kind of propping these people up in jobs just to make them feel functional. I think that's a kind of a waste of funds, actually.
Yeah, it gives them purpose.
Yeah, but it's a purpose that is actually an abstraction. It's subtracting from the experience of marketing when a person walks up to you and goes, "Hey, how you doing? Can I get your market?" You know, I felt assaulted. Honestly.
I mean,
I'm just telling you, I felt assaulted.
I feel like you need thicker skin. I know. Okay, yeah, but like I said, big fan of you, and I've been watching recently and
Right.
everything. But like, I feel like you're. And don't take this the wrong way. I'm not trying to attack you personally.
No, that's
but I feel
okay.
like you
I
need
don't
thicker
mind.
Skin.
I'm just telling you the truth.
Especially for like, you did a blackface video.
Yeah, I don't care what you think. Exactly.
I feel like there's more assault. There's more assault with that than a guy who has.
Wow. This guy doesn't even understand freedom of speech, and he wants to get a call into our show, and he doesn't understand that I'm fighting for freedom of speech every day in the show. Wow. Can you believe that? What an idiot. No, the blackface video stands where it is, and I'll tell you, I don't want people who are so disabled that they're unable to function in front of me. It's a danger. I'm just not content having people handle items in front of me, right, where I'm trying to do something that are obstructions, when I'm trying to just simply shop and get my non-GMO chicken or whatever. So, yeah, if you feel insulted by it, then, you know, you can take your opinion about the blackface video and stick it where the sun doesn't shine. No, not at all. You didn't destroy me. I'm more than happy to tell people exactly what they're thinking is wrong, because I have an opinion. I have freedom of speech. You can't shame me with political correctness. You actually have the audacity to come in here and try to shame me with political correctness? You got to be kidding me. He sounded like a total idiot. I know. And I feel sorry for the cattle or the horse that he shot and killed. Man kills animals. What can I say? He cares more about disabled people posing a nuisance in front of in a market. I still can't understand how Bill can stay at that job. I just don't get it. And that's not his name, by the way. I think a lot of you people are afraid to speak out, and you're listening to the Democrats and their political correctness all the time, that you're afraid to even have an opinion. No, I would not have people arrested for disagreeing with me. I would hang up on the conversation. Donald Trump was an imitation of me. He stole 12 to 15 of my ideas, maybe even more. So when you get Trump, you're getting an imitation of me without the intelligence. I'm more than willing to tell you that Special Olympics is a good program. No, I'm not going to take your call anymore, dude. You just want to air your views. You don't get freedom of speech if you don't understand it. You can't call up here and expect freedom of speech when you don't even understand what it is. It's ridiculous. But no, I could sit there and mindlessly go to the store all the time, and I've never said a word to the manager. But if you want my honest opinion, I think we're wasting our times hiring people that really, should be at home watching TV. I think it's the imposition on him to actually stress his brain out, waking up and going to his job. I think we're kidding ourselves. So I'm offering $500 a month to every U.S. citizen, including people with autism, to become a standard receiver of income. Now, if you have autism, you're probably going to get disability, so it won't be something you'll be getting.
In a world where bass rules the planet and its inhabitants worship sound,
listen, ass. I believe that the Trump supporters shouldn't be rounded up. I think the Trump supporters should be offered, and I recall exactly what I said. I think the Trump supporters should be offered a free trip to Russia on an ocean liner, like a marine vessel. I think that we could easily set up a few ocean liners and cargo container liners that could offer people who are Republicans a way out of this country, because they're clearly Russian traitors. I've said that. I'm more than willing to back that up, too. Anybody can call in. You can call in anytime, Zetterbeard. Yeah. I've got a no call thing happening, but bottom line is, if you don't understand free speech and you're coming into our show looking for a third party, then go ahead and just go back to the Democratic cow stall that you came from, or the Republican cow stall that you came from. Okay, Zetterbeard's on the line. Go ahead, Zetterbeard.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, man, the blackface video, I didn't have an issue with it. I'm only one black man, but I don't speak for the whole race. But
Thank you,
know,
man.
I like it, bud. You know, I'm a firm believer in freedom of speech, and you know, as long as you ain't hurting somebody else, man, do what you want to do, man. You know?
Exactly. Thank you, man. I appreciate it.
That's all I wanted to say. By the way, the hair looks good tonight, bud. Looking awesome.
Thanks a lot, Zetterbeard. You're awesome. You're very cool for calling. Appreciate it.
No problem, bud.
All right.
Take care.
Thank you. Now that's a black man who said he doesn't have a problem with the blackface video. Zetterbeard appears all the time on our ProCam thing. He's okay with it. He understands free speech is most important here. The Democrats don't get that. The Democrats want to stifle our free speech, and you know that's a slippery slope to communism and socialism. You probably know that. So if the Democrats can't pull back on their political correctness factor, no, dude, from wherever, I'm not going to take your call because, frankly, freedom of speech is something you have to earn in our show. I'd love for you to have it, but you blew it with your freedom of speech. Yeah, you don't understand it. You don't understand what the blackface was all about. I did the blackface because after 500 hours of constant broadcasting, I was unable to get anyone to actually think of me as their president as opposed to this guy. Now, there's no way I could have impersonated Barack Obama in whiteface. But Democrats try to vilify me and call me a racist, even though I've never been racist in my life. I've never felt racism. In fact, I am a victim of racism. And I got to tell you my stories because if you don't know, you probably never heard that my life has been threatened numerous times by black people. I lived in Los Angeles, California. I had some pretty rough experiences. I have never threatened a black person in my life. And I don't hold it against them that these things happened to me as a kid. You understand, I'm not doing it because I'm angry. I did blackface because it's parody of Barack Obama, not black people in general. And I don't mind defending blackface because it gives me virality. Normally, if I didn't even have the blackface thing, I would be a complete, they say, yeah, you're just a white guy trying to build a third party. Next. No one would understand it. I had to jump out on a limb to do the blackface. And believe me, I'm not afraid or apologizing or in any way concerned about how it's going to play out long term. Eventually, we'll sell people on freedom of speech. And if you're black and you want to call me a honky, or whitey, or cracker, you're welcome to do it. I don't care. I'm not here to punish you for your freedom of speech. Next. Dave, remember that black guy that pulled a weapon on you and ended up causing you to get a ticket and the cop yelled at you? Yep. Yeah. Well, I know that was not I don't know if that was a black person or white person in that car. That was 1979 Gran Torino. I don't know if it was black or white. That was a separate incident. I've had over 10 near-death experiences in Los Angeles alone. Or actually I had 9. I had one up here in Washington where I moved to. But I was a victim of a racial discrimination when I couldn't get a college education or a scholarship or get admitted into an Ivy League school with the top scores of anybody in my school. I was the #1 student in my high school out of 770 students. And my SATs were in the 98 percentile bracket. That's not me, man. I don't bad talk certain races at all. Never have. Yeah, look at the money I saved. You're right. College is expensive. Well, make no mistake about it. If Barack Obama can talk like a white man, then I can talk like a black man. It's absurd to say that I can't. But, you know, there are people that have never had the experiences I've had of being racially prejudiced against. And they've never understood what it's like to be called out by people in public and threaten my life numerous times. They've never had the confrontations I've had. So, of course, you would think that, yeah, it's wrong to, you know, even wear black. I've already been beaten down and downtrodden by racial prejudice all my life, that doing a blackface video is nothing. It's irrelevant. It's the least invasive thing I could ever do to express myself. And even that's too much for the average person in the Democratic Party. Now, Barack Obama was clearly not from the United States. He was not a Honolulu, he was not born in Honolulu. He was clearly born in Kenya. And Trump used that to get noticed in 2014. And right after that, when he used my idea that I pitched all along, actually, he was talking about in 2012, when he was using my idea as the birther issue. You notice how quick he dropped that when he became president. How politically incorrect it was. Kind of like how he's treating the Special Olympics now, kowtowing to the Special Olympics. I would have definitely authorized the money for the Special Olympics. And I don't want people to feel singled out, but frankly, I think it's a little bit ridiculous to ask a person who's got autism to go get a job. Thank you, Barry. I really feel sorry for Bill as he stands out there going, "Hey, can I help you with the cart, man? Hey, stop there, I want to get your cart." I actually feel sorry for the guy. He shouldn't have to wake up in the morning and go work. He should be playing video games. His mother should just bail on the idea of him ever succeeding in life and just say, "Bill, give him a check. Give him some money. He needs something to get him through the day." But don't have him work and bust his ass and obviously become a problem in the middle of a parking lot. Well, it's disturbing. I didn't know it's not this guy. Get me. He was like 5'11" when I saw him last. Bill was like 18 going on 20. I saw him a couple of years later, 20 years old. He was like 6'4" and he weighed he was as big as I am. He stared me right in the eye to eye. He's no longer the little Bill guy that I used to meet. He was then really buff and he was, "I'm Bill, I'm gonna go." No, he didn't want me to know his name. Yeah, the Special Olympics has 4 million plus athletes. That's $4 per person. You did the math. Misanthropy did the math, and he found out that every Special Olympic athlete gets $4 out of that budget. Thank you. Alex Jones is Bill Hicks. Bill Hicks, toward the end of his life, buffed out and started to look really buff. Yeah. Then he changed his name to Alex Jones. No. The Alex Jones that looks more like me is that Alex Jones was only 5'9". This guy.
I want to just get this out of the way. I am Bill Hicks. I'm actually.
You are.
How would Bill Hicks be? Like 60?
Yeah, you look 60, Alex. You do. You look 60. He is Bill Hicks. This is what happened the day that Jussie Smollett became the big deal in America. Now, this is how how George Soros operates and how the New World Order operates. Jussie was just put in place to divert our attention from the real stories that were playing out that day. The Houston PD admitted they'd lied about a raid that killed an innocent couple. A BBC producer revealed the hospital scene was staged after the Domo sarin attack. The beef industry has tried to start backing bills to ban the sale of plant-based meats. And a report found a record-breaking $5.7 billion was spent on the midterm elections. Now back to your regular scheduled brainwashing. That's what's going on. So Jussie Smollett was all about diverting our attention. And so is this recent, I think that Jussie Smollett being pulled off of any legal entanglements happened the day after the Mueller report was distributed. And that was perfectly timed by William Barr, who obviously waited 3 weeks to tell us no obstruction charges would be levied. Which means William Barr was in on this whole hoax too. I wouldn't doubt William Barr is in on the Juicy Smollett thing, just to cover and divert our attention.
What's up, everybody?
Okay, we've got Jewish hosts or suicide at Parkland. Okay. Is this Matty D? Yeah. Okay, well, you'll have to ignore some of his anti-Jewish rhetoric. He sounds a little anti-Semitic. He's just confused. He just doesn't realize he should be anti-Zionist. But yeah, we'll play this tonight. I in no way want people to think that I don't like Jewish people, because I do like Jewish people. Some of the nicest people in the world I've ever met. I used to have friends that were Jewish, but when I did the blackface video, they stopped talking to me. All of them. Because they all have this terrible sense of white guilt. Jewish people, for some reason, have this terrible feeling that it's like a sense of white guilt that if they feel like you're saying anything about black people, they stand up for them because they think that they're slaves too. Yeah, it's kind of weird. David, your plugin updated 12.9, 88 UHF, Alaska band 10.4 running, Aqua. Thank you for doing that. Yeah, I didn't even know these things are running. I have no knowledge of the UHF band network. Yeah, I'm sure you can get 17,299,000 from the liberals to do this.
Morpheus, you are the one, Neo.
Okay, this person was going through their deceased father's basement and they found this. What is it?
This is the haloed Ring of the Virile, the highest honor of Nazis during the Luftwaffe years.
I don't know what that is. I have no idea. Could be a Nazi collectible or something. I'm not sure.
This was the deep secret of the Virile.
So we're off and running. Weapons development now moving forward. Trump is refusing to reinstate the Intermediate Nuclear Force Treaty, which is something Vladimir Putin doesn't want to do either. I do. I look like Jim Carrey. Let's take a look. So obviously Trump and Putin are both in on building up nuclear forces instead of de-escalating nuclear forces. So we're moving closer to the top of the hour. The nuclear time plot under Trump has advanced. And now here's a word from Jim Carrey's first appearance on late night TV. Let's take a look. It's hard for me to watch this because my face has changed so many times during the show.
I'm sorry we didn't get to play with him, man.
He had a really great way of making faces, you know, and then he disappeared. He said he doesn't exist anymore, so I guess he doesn't exist anymore. Jim Carrey has ceased to exist, everybody. Who we have now, I'm not sure who that guy who does paintings, really bad. Be great if he could get back into comedy. I would love to be able to be a famous movie star yet again, but I can't. I have to be stuck here making horrible oil paintings that no one likes. And this terrible battle with depression. I think Jim Carrey just is suffering from depression. I really do. 73.8% match. Why do you shop at Trader Joe's? Because that's really cool. I get to meet new people and have sample food.
You want reparations from the U.S.?
I believe it. Hey, if you came here for a modulated conversation where everyone's afraid to speak out because we're all politically correct, you came to the wrong room. This isn't the kiss-ass Democrats against free speech room, okay? That was another room a long, long time ago. I did lead a movement, Democrats against free speech, but I decided it was just a joke. He has MPD, really? What is that? MPD. I'm not quite hep on all these terms, medical terms. Multiple personality disorder? Thank you. That's ridiculous. I don't think he does. I think he's just pretending to have multiple personality disorder, because if he really had multiple personality disorder, he wouldn't know he wouldn't know these people. He's a good actor. You can't deny what he did on all the different films that he's made. I mean, come on, the guy's super talented. Could you at least say he was talented? That would really help his ego. Jim, if you're watching, you're okay. You're still a funny guy. Yes. Jim's a funny guy. Yeah. He's I think he has a lot more in him. He just has to be handled like the Beach Boys. Brian Wilson. Remember him? Brian Wilson? Well, Brian Wilson was hi. I'm back. Brian Wilson was this funny guy that was I know I'm pretty funny when I'm David Sponheim, aren't I? Brian Wilson was one of the most entertaining guys in the entire Beach Boys, and very intelligent. And he got a psychologist to handle him, and now he's another international success. He goes touring. So, Jim, there's hope for you yet. There's hope for Jim Carrey. I think he could still do like a casino act, where he talks through his butt. That would be funny. Explosions in Antarctica may reveal meltmysteryweather.com. Scientists finally reveal what's under East Antarctica's largest glacier and why it may be bad. Well, don't leave us waiting for the link. I mean, yeah. Brian Wilson was completely lying in bed with mental disorders, and he got a psychiatrist to elevate him back into the game. And he does some pretty good stuff now. Yeah, he's actually, he's got a little routine where he sings and he dances. And, well, I don't know about dances, but he does the Beach Boy thing. He can still play. He's one of the best musicians of the Beach Boys era. Brian Wilson doing the Beach Boys. Doobie doobie doo, doo 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 doo, doobie doobie doo. Hey Brian, how you doing? Pretty good. Hey, what's going on, man? You're pretty good, man. I mean, it's amazing how he's recovered from his chronic schizophrenia. He's got medication. It's working very well. You took a screen grab. Wow, True Blue. Do you like that movie, David? I did like Eternal Sunshine. I did. It was very good. I mean, everything Jim Carrey does is great. Yeah. I have good things to say about Jim Carrey overall, except for the fact that, he doesn't exist. The Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind. I think he should come back. Jim, come back. Eat more beef. You look like you're on a vegan diet. Something's wrong with his physical, how he looks. It's just something is wrong. I don't know what it is. I can't put my finger on it. Senator Boyhole. How you doing, Boyle? Chat unavailable. What do you mean? Oh, I'm locked out of Periscope. Hang on. Senator Boyle is in the room. Hi. Truman was great. That's kind of the story of my life. Somebody said, David, you kind of are the living Truman. I mean, we've known you for 10 years, ever since that day you started, broadcasting. It's true. I've been doing it, and you've been a big part of my life. It's true.
Hi. Good morning. As you can see, I'm still wearing the shirt I wore last night and yesterday at Blog TV. It's exhilarating to do Blog TV. We've been having an incredible time. This is, in fact, day 54.
And now it's day 5054. Yeah, we've been 10 years, yeah. Almost day 4054. It's now day 4054. Oh, you were born in 1959, really? Okay.
It was deeper. In fact, my voice is normally very deep. Yeah, I keep it, right, this is my normal talking voice. I raise it during the show to sound more youthful. Yeah, I normally talk like this. Hey, how you doing? What's going on? Hey, buddy.
But I can alter it too. Yeah, I have a big range.
Hey, buddy, what's going on?
Hi, everyone.
Hi.
March 28, 2019. I just got a comment from a subscriber to tell me to look at the East Coast. Yep. Okay. Well, I posted a video earlier and none of this was happening. So, things change. A flip of a switch, change those frequencies, and boom, you.
Yeah, Never Lose Truth is going to track the global engineering of our climate. Grazie, Emilio, grazie, Pittoro, but I cannot go to the Vatican. I told you why. It is not appropriate to go to the Vatican with the snake building. I told you, you must tear down this snake building before I go to the Vatican. I cannot go to a place that worships snakes. I told you that, Mr. Pittoro. Emilio, grazie. Yes, look at the snake building. This is not made up. This looks like a snake. What is wrong with Mr. Pope Francis, huh? Look at the demons in the picture. Look at the picture of Lucifer. This is not good. Not good at all. The snake is no good. Oh my gosh, more snake. Look at this. More snake picture. Oh no. Yeah, I mean, that's just ridiculous. Freaky building in the Vatican. I mean, I won't go there. You expect me to go to the Vatican and spend my time in that building? Looking like a snake? What do you mean? My accent is Italiano. I speak like an Italian because I know the people so well. Beautiful women in Florence and Italy. Beautiful. David, save your lives. Take the bus. No flight and paper mache. Yeah, I'm not flying anywhere. Well, we're concerned, Pittoro. Tell the Pope he's going to have to take this building down. Yeah, I can't allow it. God will not allow it. I'm so sorry. I don't speak for God, but I believe that God would not allow that. Oh, what is this obsession with the snake and eating the apple now? You Luciferians, you keep popping up every time we talk about this. But of course, but I cook better than the best restaurants in Italy. Why do I need to go to the best restaurants, huh? Why do I need to know, huh? Let me tell you. Okay, we got Matty B with the thing he calls the Jewish hoaxer suicides at Parkland. 3 people allegedly dead. Matty B is going to expose them. I saw where the sheep kiss the Pope ring and the Pope move his hand over and over again. I have not seen it many times, but I'm sure you have on live leak. I am like a 5-star chef. I don't need to know. I love you too, but not in the way you think. I am not that way. I am not gay.
It's Thursday, the 14th of March, 2019, and it's time for a long-awaited Oroville update in the mighty Luscombe. The rains have finally subsided, and the winds have finally settled down to make it safe enough for a great flight over the newly constructed $1.1 billion Oroville Spillway.
Oh, good.
For some of our new subscribers to the channel, this has been a ongoing story. The destruction and rebuilding of the spillway, the main spillway, and the emergency spillway at Oroville Reservoir.
Excellent. They have done a lot of work ever since that flood a couple of years ago, and Oroville is going to get representation tonight in our video. Thank you for that video.
It's Thursday, the 14th of March.
Cranky Beans for the win. We fit as much as we can in the show. As you know, I'm going back and forth from one to the other. Dave, a high school near me just had another drill. It might be the next scene of the next bull crap shooting. You're right. Could be. They usually prep these schools in advance and then they go live with them with a real crisis event and they claim it's really happening. That's how they've been lying to the American people. I'm working on a video. I haven't finished it yet. I just did some rough drafts of it. It's pretty out there. It's not something I'm proud of yet, but Yeah, I just cut it. NDAA. I guess I didn't cut it.
We need to put safeguards in place.
Yeah, it's still not in there. It won't download. I'll get it later tomorrow. Boeing 737 MAX fixes are on slate. They're unveiling them at Boeing. Says planes are safer. Oh, good to know. Well, what about the 188 people that died in Ethiopia? Well, no comment.
We're talking about changes to the 737 MAX, a fleet that has been grounded for more than 2 weeks now. When you look at these changes, these are primarily software related. We're not going to get too wonky here, but this is essentially what Boeing will be changing relative to the flight control operations within the plane and what the pilots see in the cockpit. First of all, the plane will now be receiving input from 2 angle of attack sensors. Those are the sensors that tell the pilot if the plane is going to be stalling, going into a pitch that's too high. If those sensors disagree by more than 5.5 degrees, the MCAS system, that's the system that pushes the nose of the 737 MAX down, it will be disabled. There is also going to be an indicator light in the flight control panel for the pilots. That previously was something that airlines would have to pay extra for. That will now be offered standard free of charge to airlines. All along, the crew will maintain control, so they can disable the MCAS software. They can also take control of the plane if there seems to be some issues there. In addition, Boeing is also going to be enhancing 737 MAX pilot training. They outlined that for us today. Here's the Vice President of Boeing talking about the important...
Take a look at this plane here. Now, I'm analyzing the weight differential of this plane, and you can see that right here that the jets are too front forward on this plane. You can just see it. It doesn't take a genius to realize that the pivot point of this plane is the front of the center of gravity, not the back. I'm sorry, but based on my topical analysis of the entire program, it is completely impossible to get this plane to properly stabilize itself in an unruly weather environment. Now, that's my completely unprofessional, biased assessment, which I believe is just as effective as theirs based on what they've done. So it immediately flips down. You can't help but do that. You see, the position of the jets should never have been put ahead of the wing. What were they thinking? I'm sorry, but it's like taking your V8 rear-wheel driven car and sticking your engine in the front and expecting it to have the same stability on the road when making hairpin turns. Whee! Well, this is essentially the problem with the plane. It just screws up left and right. End of story. Yeah. We don't shout out to T. Rucker, dude. That's the last thing we'd ever do. All right. Japanese documentary. We've got Undercover Asian. Yeah, we've got this in the lineup tonight. I've already added it, Petoro. Yeah, it looks good. It's all about all these suicides that are going on back in Asia. The stress to be better than everybody else is what does it. Scissor Fight has a link from CBS News. Dan Rather is no longer here, but CBS still is a big news agency. Yes, indeed. CBS 8, active shooter drill held at Coronado High School.
It's spring break for Coronado High School, so with an empty campus, it's the perfect time to practice safety drills.
Multiple agencies came together this morning to train for an active shooter situation. News 8's photojournalist Colleen Murphy takes us behind the scenes.
The 500 building! Go, go, go. He's going to the building. Go, go, go.
Today's training exercise is part of a effort for the law enforcement agencies in San Diego County to be able to work together and train together in the event that there's an active shooter situation in the county. It's extremely important to have training like this, especially when we work amongst other agencies. If something large were to occur in the county, we rely on one another to assist us.
So there's one victim face down.
We try to make it as realistic as possible so that the officers, if something were to occur, the officers actually have experienced something similar.
You'd be surprised how amped up the officers get in the scenarios. And at the very beginning, it's kind of more adrenaline based. You're just trying to get in and get the shooter. You know, after you do it the third or the fourth time, which is kind of the purpose of the practice, you start realizing, hey, there's certain methodology I need to be following when I'm doing this to do it effectively. We'll take it slow, take it slow. I noticed that as we went on, our mentality during the scenario evolved. You know, we started becoming more comfortable with the scenarios, the adrenaline came down a little bit, and every agency started performing a little better.
It's extremely important in this day and age that we train.
That we continue eating our donuts. It's extremely important that we eat our donuts constantly. And donut eating is really the way to go.
To respond to situations, active shooter situations.
Steve Jobs, long time no see. No, I don't worry about getting banned on this platform. I could pop up on any platform. I've got the ability to direct people all around the world to travel. I could open up on other chat rooms. In fact, we're trying to find one that would be very suitable. Vaughn is just I'm not worried about. Remember, I didn't do this because I'm into this for personal gain. I could just do a show from, I could do a live podcast on my phone. And I could probably just run it on Periscope and the viewers would eventually filter in. I'm not here for personal gain, so it's not a big deal. That's why I'm not concerned about not receiving very many donations over the past 7 years since we've been at Vaughn. It flatlined when we got here, and that affected our campaign to run cable TV commercials. We couldn't do it because of it. But it didn't stop us from broadcasting. So the backbone of the internet holds us together. The technology that was laid out, the infrastructure. Okay. You can tell people whatever you want. Yeah. If that makes you feel better. Yeah. Free speech makes you feel better. It felt good to tell that jarhead idiot from Wyoming that I didn't like how he thinks that it's wrong for me to do blackface. He's welcome to tell me he thinks it's wrong for me to do blackface or to talk about Bill out there in the parking lot harassing people when he's got a job making $15 an hour being a jerk. I don't mind defending my position, and I certainly protect your free speech to call me any name you want. You can call me a racist. I don't care. I'm not, but, if you want to call me that. Please, no more money mentioned Pittoro. God frowns on that. Pope Francis should know that. Tell him that God frowns on his affliction of money. He should make some sort of a, I don't know, it's kind of hard to tell the Pope to repent for his sins, but I think he should repent. Oh, it's your money? Then you should repent for your sins. Thank you, Lord. Exactly. So we'll definitely expect more police officers like this to, put up false flags all around, ready to go live at any time and tell the world that it really did happen.
And it's extremely important that we train together so that everybody is doing the same thing and is on the same page.
Better to be prepared and never have to use it than not be prepared when something happens. I guess that's the real reason behind this training.
I like retarded people. I do. I enjoyed our visit with Awesome Carl. And he doesn't even like the word retard, but I tried to explain to him that it's my free speech. I can call people that. Yeah. I'm not trying to denigrate him, but he himself said he was, had mental issues. I said, you've been falsely tested. I think you're brilliant. I think you're a really smart guy. I told Awesome Carl, I think they falsely tested him. But he already has proven, you know what that guy did? He went out and became a phlebotomist. He went to college and became a phlebotomist. Hey, it's me, Awesome Carl. He made good money as a phlebotomist. I mean, hello. Well, I don't allow outsider heart, so I'm going to purge you, Stephen. Yeah. Yeah, we don't allow that account. It's fake. Oh, you yourself think it's politically incorrect to say retard? When a person in the show, you in particular, claim you've killed 8,647 people, and now you're saying you don't want to be politically insensitive to the word retard? And you hate Muslims? This guy, Meow TV, he's unreal. Well, why would you be politically correct when you're so hateful of everybody? David, I want to donate from my heart. No, you cannot donate anything. You're a foreign national, Petoro. Don't ever send me anything. Jeez, these people, they want to donate. I don't blame them. Well, this is their other option. They've got Donald Trump and World War III headed our way at your local reality next door. Okay, we got some good information here to bring you. I keep the best for last. McDonald's bites on big data with a $300 million acquisition. So when you go shopping for your burger, it'll be shopping for your identity. Hello, welcome to McDonald's. What can I get you? Oh, hi, Jim. You, of course, want a Big Mac with a small fries. Would that be with extra salt? Beep. They'll know who you are when you walk in next time. Mention McDonald's to someone today and they're more likely to think about Big Macs and big data than big data. But that could soon change. The fast food giant has embraced machine learning in a fittingly supersized way. McDonald's is set to announce that it has reached an agreement to acquire Dynamic Yield, a startup based in Tel Aviv that provides retailers with algorithmically driven decision logic technology. When you add an item to an online shopping cart, it's the tech that nudges you about what other customers bought as well. Yeah, it'd say, hey, you're an overweight, fat guy. You probably want to supersize everything. I'm definitely not a fan of Trader Joe's. No. The reason why I had them write me a letter that all their stuff is GMO is I plan on having it tested someday, and I'm going to use the letter against them in court. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of it, but I do like their chicken. I will say that. Yeah, there's a lot of issues. If you have a panacea letter that says everything in your store is GMO free, and you got people like me buying it, suckers. Yeah, anybody is a sucker when they are literally sucking into the vortex of believing somebody. Unless that person is the real deal like me, and I tell you the truth every night, and I don't ask for money from you. You don't pay me a dime, so I'm not one of those fake people that tell you what you want to hear. I tell you the cold, honest truth. I know, it was placenta time, except it's not placenta, it's fruit enzyme. I talked about this before. I shop all over. I shop at Trader Joe's for my chicken because it's non-GMO. Are you not getting this? I go to stores and I see value. I apply my intelligent thinking process, which is an algorithm I developed to analyze certain priorities when shopping. I use a thing I developed called DealDar, where I scan the entire discount coupon section of their store, which is usually posted in the front of the store, and I go through and I look at every single item on the list, and I find the items that I most likely am going to use. I then compare it to the other shopping values in my area. Doing a chi-square analysis on the two subjects, I use the variable of losing, gaining, and also acquiring value. It's all based on value. For instance, if an item that's organic is more costly than an item that's produced with chemicals, I value the long-term effects on my body. If in fact it is going to be deleterious to my health, it would cost me more in healthcare costs if I ate the cheaper item that is not organic. Whereas I go for a little extra. The old saying, penny wise, pound foolish, well, it applies here. If you pay a little extra for something good, You'll like it in the long run. It'll be less costly to your body to develop tumors and die in a miserable hellhole of a hospital while they rape you of every dollar you ever had, sucking your family's wealth down to nothing. I can tell you, I know more about your future than Juan Gabriel. What? Just stay here and you'll hang out with our show. You'll learn more than Juan Gabriel will ever tell you. Believe me, I'm a higher level being than Juan Gabriel. Okay, this is the guy who keeps building a success on Twitch because Twitch likes him, but they don't like me. They're going to try to destroy me. They got me offline. IP banned me at Twitch, but we'll play Kitboga for lack of anything to play tonight. Thank you. Appreciate it. GMOs are not good. Guest 919 is under the impression GMOs are good. No, non-GMO means not genetically modified. Yeah, it's the non-GMO project. So look for labels that have this on there. This logo. Non-GMO. Trusted seal of approval. There it is. But this thing is in the way. Yeah, there's a person named Dr. Seralini who did a laboratory research project on rats and cancer or tumors and GMO food, specifically corn. I had many thousands of viewers on Twitch too, but they kicked me off Twitch. I don't like that fact, and frankly, it's tough for me to play Kitboga's work because he's popular on Twitch when I was kicked off for no reason. So it's difficult for me to play that show. I step out of my box of happiness when I play it. But he's funny. He's not that funny, though. GMO rats study, Seralini. Yeah. Let's take a look. Okay, Dr. Seralini's study proved one thing, that Monsanto's study of rats from 0 to 3 months old was inadequate. He took the same sampling of rats and ran them from 0 to 24 months, and he found that almost every one of them developed tumors eating genetically modified corn. These are actual photographs of the rats that he grew out. So based on that assessment of the body weight of rats, your lifespan would be truncated to about 30 or 40 years past where you are right now if you continue pounding genetically modified food in your body. That's just a fact, Jack. You know, I don't scam the scammers. No, I've never done that. You know, I don't do crank calls, and I don't think he's that funny. But I appreciate the fact that he's revealing scam artists out there. All right, I have a site linking to Dr. Seralini himself. It's the GMOSeralini.org site. And this pretty much says it all. I mean, Monsanto wanted to suppress his studies so much they shut him down in one entire toxicology journal review. And then he fought back in Paris court in 2014 and won. But Roundup is more toxic than declared, proves new Seralini study. So this is 2013, and then he followed up with this, and he won in international court. But I'll give you the link to this. The problem with genetically modified food is it's designed to accept more Roundup than regular non-genetically modified food. So the products are filled with Roundup. That's how they beat the weeds. The weeds all die of Roundup, but somehow these products still growing, but they're sucking Roundup into their body, and it goes in our body when we eat it. I don't think that's very funny. Roundup is the product that people use on their yards It's glyphosate. It's a shellator that's used to strip paint off of cans. It'll literally destroy your equipment if it's put out and you put things in it. Yeah, we get constant flyovers. The EA-6B was retired about 5 years ago. Any equipment, Steve, your farming equipment. It's dangerous chemical they put in all the weeds all around the country now, and they say that there's been 7 billion tons of Roundup put out all across the world. It's going to be the most dangerous toxic to get past next to DDT and dioxin and PCBs. The world is filled with toxicity, but Roundup kind of kicked it into another layer. But hey, let's get back to happy thoughts, because this talking about chemicals and, you know, we need to start talking about fun things. Yeah, they don't keep me up at night. I just getting out in the open when the planes are flying. I only have about 4 seconds to get inside. If I hear the sound of a plane in a distance, I have 4 seconds to get inside before it's right over my house. And I have some sound protection that I've built into the ceiling, but it's almost not enough. It deafens about 50% of the sound. Europe just passed sweeping new copyright rules that big tech hates.
Because of a sweeping overhaul of copyright rules just passed by the European Parliament. Big names in tech like YouTube and Google are impacted the most. And critics say it's a blow to free speech and the internet as we know it. Hadass Gul joins me now to break it all down for us. So what do these new rules mean for end users like us?
So this was a big package, and there's 2 articles in this law that are getting the most attention, and they're kind of known as the link tax and the upload filter. Now, the link tax has to do with news. This is things like Google News saying that they will potentially have to pay publishers to link to that content. But then what you were specifically talking about is about this content upload filter, and it's saying that any platform that makes money off of uploaded content, like a YouTube, has to make sure that none of that content has some sort of copyright that YouTube does not hold the license for, really any website doesn't hold the license for already if that's being uploaded. Now think about how this would affect things like potentially memes. It could affect clips. What if you're filmed singing karaoke to your favorite Taylor Swift song? There's also there's a whole economy around this of streaming video games, of people filming themselves playing video games and making money off of that. According to this law, that could all potentially be impacted, and websites would be responsible for filtering out anything that has any sort of copyright to it. Now, the EU claims that there is a provision for anything that has to do with satire, and that would potentially include memes. But there is a fear that the tech companies would have to put in such big filters on the content that it would be hard for an AI technology to determine what's satire, what's a meme, and what's actually a copyright violation. Now, as you noted, a lot of the tech companies have come out against this. Google, YouTube, Reddit have all been campaigning against this, including on their websites where users would see sort of calls to action to call members of the European Parliament and advocate against this. I'll read you part of Google's statement. They said the copyright directive is improved, but will still lead to legal uncertainty and will hurt Europe's creative and digital economies. They said that the details matter, and they look forward to working with policymakers, partly because this is not going to be implemented automatically. It needs formal approval by European ministers, and then it will go to all the different European countries who will then have to transpose it into national law. But this could be a huge change to the way we use the internet and what we see on the internet, at least in Europe, Colin.
Yeah, and in fact, the whole idea of fair use is kind of in question when EU imposes such strict regulations.
We take a very long-term view.
I had a situation that happened about 4 weeks ago. Sarah got a link to one of Peter Gabriel's songs, and she played it, like a minute worth of Peter Gabriel's songs, and YouTube banned the entire show worldwide. Or, excuse me, they banned it in Canada. but it was essentially a ban on the entire show that most people can't even get to. But Canadians, because Peter Gabriel's Canadian, he had already set this up so anybody playing his songs automatically have their YouTube sites shut down, or at least they're banned. It wasn't a strike against my account, but it was a complete shutdown. No one could see it in Canada or other areas. And now Rand Paul is finally speaking up about investigating Obama. Yeah, especially when Michelle makes a phone call to the attorney for Jussie Smollett, and somebody from Obama's group controlled the outcome of Jussie Smollett. He gets out with no charges. I mean, that's corruption. Rand Paul is right to say that time for Congress to investigate Obama. True pundit. Yeah. Lawmakers should investigate former President Obama, suggesting that he could have played a role in the years-long something. The years-long Russian investigation that concluded over the weekend. Well, scratch that. Rand Paul could stick that up as, you know what. Yeah, Obama had nothing to do with it. The constant awareness of true collusion and total collusion is still very much on the tip of our mind. And we're not going to get rid of it because Mueller decided to produce a 300 to 700 page review. We don't know how long it is. Like I said earlier, Judge Napolitano of Fox said that it's 700 pages long. He said that twice. But 300 plus pages were condensed down to 4 pages by a guy who had written 19 pages to protest an obstruction investigation, as well as any investigation into Michael Flynn, who turned out to be a Russian spy or a Russian agent. So William Barr, our Attorney General, is ostensibly working for Russia. So I don't think it's a stretch to say that this is total collusion. Yeah, I didn't play this tonight, but I really believe it to the core that total collusion is happening. And we'd be really remiss to ignore all the telltale signs of total collusion. When a report that should have been done over a year ago gets dispensed 3 weeks early, and Bill Barr didn't bother to even say that there was no obstruction charges in this 3 weeks ago, that questions Bill Barr's integrity. Plus, that 19-page memo he wrote to Rod Rosenstein totally questions his integrity, as well as whether he's working for Russia. Okay, you've uploaded 8 videos on your new YouTube channel. So far, they took down 6 of them, and they're all on the New Zealand shooting. Really? Well, good luck with your efforts, because you might as well test the waters with YouTube. If YouTube's going to just knock people down willy-nilly, keep sticking it in there. Create new accounts. Screw it. These people think that they can knock down freedom of speech and censor everywhere. You can't talk about Pizzagate, people. Oh no. We don't want to talk about revealing the pedophile nature of our government, the underbelly of corruption that's controlling our political system. No, we don't want to talk about that. That should be illegal. Yeah, we don't talk about possible pederasts in D.C. that are using God knows what, influence Jeffrey Epstein style over various other people, getting people to vote their way, using that knowledge. That's what's going on in American politics right now. That's why Pizzagate has been outlawed. Yeah, you got 75% of your stuff banned. Amazing. Well, I'm glad you're doing it as a test, Scissor Fight. That's cool. Excellent. So Japan says that it will not build killer robots. Isn't that exciting? I left the good news for the final minutes. Now, that doesn't mean some really rich guy is not going to hijack a few of these technicians and go, "You work for me now, okay? Yeah, I pay you lots of money." The Terminator. Yeah, this is real. This is not made up. This is real. There's nothing to be ashamed about. You have to deal with this.
I'm a cybernetic organism. Human flesh of a metal exoskeleton. You think I'm real, but I'm not. I just appear to be real in front of you in the camera. Yeah.
Anyway, Japan's ambassador to the United Nations-backed conference on disarmament says his country has not developed fully autonomous weapon systems and has no plans to do so. That's good to know. Nobushiji Takamizawa spoke at Monday's opening of the latest week-long meeting of government experts in Geneva on the future of lethal autonomous weapon systems, also known as killer robots. Kamizawa's comments have been widely anticipated in Japan, a country with highly sophisticated technological know-how and concerns about regional security threats, notably North Korea, which in recent years has tested missiles by firing them over the Japanese territory. He mentioned positive effects of autonomous weapon systems under human oversight, such as saving labor and reducing collateral damage. Opponents of fully automated systems fear that the machines could one day conduct wars without human control. Yeah, I like it. That's not what Kilroy says. Domo arigato, Mr. Roboto. That's a great song. I'll have to play that tonight. Okay. Well, that's a good assurance, but no real guarantee, so to speak. Yeah. You got the leaky linky. Okay. You're coming at me with 3 links right now in the last seconds of the show? Yeah. You're something. Okay. Let's see if I can pull this off. Hold on. Fox News. Breaking Monsanto Roundup cancer-causing weed killer on grocery stores near you. Oh, good. I'll play that. Excellent. So we got more stuff coming in on iBlog. A few links just came in from guest 556. This is from RT about breaking on Monsanto Bayer Roundup cancer-causing weed killer.
After 2 cases have linked the weed killer Roundup to cancer, the second largest city in the country is now banning the product. RT correspondent Natasha Sweet is in Los Angeles with the latest.
Yay.
For the time being, Los Angeles County officials are banning the use of Roundup after one of its ingredients has been linked to cancer.
Thank you, LA. Yay, that's great news. Let's go to this one.
First diagnosis.
This is actually Roundup's effect on somebody's skin. Okay, excellent. Good one. Another one in the barrel. Yeah. Thank you. And the final one. Yeah, I don't mind doing a little extra time here to get past the video unavailable on that third one. Okay. This is Portland, Oregon. We started with the show with this. They're actually making efforts to ban or make sure that the 5G network system is not deployed as easily as they think they can do it. City of Portland has big concerns. They basically stated a lot of them in this video, which I'll play later. All right. Okay, we got the lineup tonight. We've got my outro. Take a look at the Vaughn chat room, see what you guys are saying. It's messed up that how a lot of Trump collusion accusations came from his meeting with Russian officials before the election. Everyone at this that has a prospect for winning met with the Russian officials, even Bernie, they all did. Every one of them violated the Logan Act. The problem with this country is we're not imposing the Logan Act violations, the felony to violate the Logan Act, but nobody's ever been charged with it. The Logan Act is dead, ostensibly. If they had just imposed the Logan Act, all those people would have been charged with crimes. You can't meet with foreign officials prior to an election, about an election, because it's a major event. It's by definition a violation of the Logan Act. The Logan Act is very specific. I'll read it to you. It forbids unauthorized citizens from negotiating with foreign governments. It was passed in 1799 as last amended in 1994. Violation of the Logan Act is a felony punishable under federal law with imprisonment. The act was intended to prohibit United States citizens without authority from interfering in relations between the United States and foreign governments. Acting on an election is an interference with foreign governments. Yep. Anyway, that's probably a dead act. It'll never be imposed. Okay, CBS News. Wow, a record number of mutilated dolphins have washed up on the shores of French beaches in 2019. Alarming animal welfare groups globally. France is now attempting to take action, although animal rights groups said it isn't enough. 1,100 dolphins have been found on the beaches of the French Atlantic coast. Massive amount of deaths is blamed on the industrial fishing industry. This is terrible. 90% of the fatalities are a result of dolphins being accidentally captured by industrial fishing nets. Oh, that's so sad. I love dolphins. Yeah. It's just pathetic that we have such abuse. You know, the best fix to what's happening with the degradation of our environment and the destruction of our ocean population, all the fish, the best thing we can do to offset this? Well, the dolphin safe movement isn't cutting it. A lot of people are using all kinds of illegal means to get their catch. I'll check the PM. But the best thing we could do to help save the oceans is to develop fisheries and start creating more and more fisheries, land-based, intertidal zone-based fisheries that would nourish the world with tremendous amount of fish, so we wouldn't have to go after all these open ocean fishes. The ocean fishes, I think, are the thank you. The open ocean fishes are ostensibly the big bluefish tuna. Now, if we could develop salmon, now you realize that genetically modified salmon is going to be the mainstay. They have already cleared GMO salmon to be interbred, and that's a global change that'll happen. Yeah, the salmon populations that we do get will be double or triple in size. So salmon is still a product that can be resilient. I don't know about long-term testing of GMO salmon. I've never really studied this. But I can tell you, if we develop this salmon population the way we want to, we won't need a lot of the ocean fishing tuna that we're using. I'd gladly take a can of salmon that was farm raised over ocean raised bluefish tuna. Seriously. And they're an endangered species now. So modifications have to come with an abundant alternative. Whenever we take something away, we have to provide something else. That's a basis for anything. If we try to destroy something like an entire industry, like the dolphin industry or the whale industry or whatever industry Japan has, the best way to beat them at their own game is to produce more and more naturally derived fisheries. Clean water production, get rid of a lot of the bad farming techniques that they use. And a lot of the farming techniques, even Norway is engaged in some really bad techniques of raising farm-raised salmon. Get down to a really natural base and then grow your market. You know, there's a company that's producing shrimp that is run out of Thailand, but they bought property in Baja California. And it's really good shrimp. I've had some. I just bought a bunch of packages of this Baja shrimp, and it's like amazingly tender. So there's an example of, you know, diversification. And a country like Thailand, who's already making money on the fishing and shrimping industry, could easily make even more money in Baja, Mexico. See, it is beautiful down there. You go down there to see. There's an absolutely amazing amount of oceanfront real estate in Baja. and absolutely dirt prices. I mean, you could buy acres down there for next to nothing. So that's what the people in Thailand are doing, and they're building up and creating this amazing, wonderful, and beautiful possible fishery. I like that. That's the future. And also what we do in America in Atlantic Ocean, we make sure that people can't actually take in the female lobsters. And it's helped the female lobster industry immensely. The entire lobster industry has rebounded. And New England is an absolute example of good managed waters. And there's a guy named there, his name is Dr. Ocean. And I'm going to get him on my team. I want him working for the Department of Interior. I don't care what his salary elevation is. He's going to need a boost, but I need that guy working on building fisheries. Dr. Ocean. Shrimp pond, bottom feeders, they're bad for people to eat because they are polluted. But if we purify the water that they're raised in, Anita, shellfish will be very good. Shrimp and prawns will be very good. It's all about the entire, if they're scavengers and they're eating good quality dentrified food, it's no problem. It's when they're eating food with antibiotics in it, like in Norway, that food is getting more concentrated amounts of dangerous chemicals. So I agree with you in principle, but if we just clean the water that they're raised in, we'll be much better off. Yeah. Yeah, I don't blame you for not wanting to eat bottom feeders because of the pollution issue. Well, I don't care what you want to call me, but I'm trying to help the environment. It's one of the key things why I started our efforts here. I'm not here to just solve problems of the economy. I'm here to actually clean the environment at the same time. That's my goal. I really want to do that. Smoking gun evidence magazine was already in the mosque and shell casings disappeared midair. Okay, we got another video from another person who's analyzed the New Zealand fraud or the fake hoax video that was circulated in the Now. And now they claim that you can't have it because they don't want anyone to know that it's so bad, so poorly done. Okay, that wraps up the entire event. Hopefully Donald Trump will make bigger mistakes and start a war in Venezuela in the next couple months. It sure looks like that Russia and the U.S. are gearing up for a potential conflict down there. And why would you think Russia is colluding with Donald? Because the people that own Donald also own Vladimir Putin. And if they want to test their weapons out, they'll do it in Venezuela. They're more than willing to test our weapons versus the Russian weapons in a ground war. They like to see how well their investments are paying off. If you're wondering who's in charge, we'll get to that on Conspiracy Monday. It takes an entire show to talk about it. All right, another big night here at Mr. Wright's. Camp out, politics, you name it. See you again tomorrow with Freedom Friday. Feel free to stay in the room for 4 more hours while we continue hearing about incredible stuff that people have made videos about. That's the video segment of our show. Take care.
My feet, my heart stops to beat. Cause you make me melt. You're my Mr. Right, my Mr. Right.